just a minute. Okay. Okay, now we got to join the meeting. Okay. Yeah. Okay. The meeting of the Isle of Wight County School Board is hereby called to order. Today is Thursday, May 11th, 2023. This meeting is being held at Westside Elementary School, 800 West Main Street in Smithfield, Virginia. The Isle of Wight County Schools is preparing students for college, career, and life. Now the clerk will take the roll call.
Mr. Marsh? Mr. Cunningham?
Present.
Mr. Wooster?
Present.
Mrs. Tynes? And Mr. Colick.
Present. And next we will have the approval of the agenda or amendments for the closed session.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? There is no discussion. Clerk will conduct a vote.
Mr. Cunningham?
Yay.
Mr. Wooster?
Yay.
Mrs. Tynes? And Mr. Colick.
Yay. And now the chair will entertain a motion to go into closed session.
Mr. Chair, I would like to make a motion to go into closed session to review the personnel report, addendum, and roster posted on board docs under Personnel tab number 19.1 as authorized by Virginia Code 2.2-3711A1 for the purpose of discussion and consideration of prospective candidates for Isle of Wight County Public Schools for employment, contract changes, transfer, salary adjustments, supplemental contracts, deletions, supplemental pay, and resignation of Isle of Wight County Public Schools employees, and to provide information on a personnel transfer.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? There is no discussion. The clerk will conduct a vote.
Mr. Cunningham?
Yay.
Mr. Wooster?
Yay.
Mrs. Tynes?
Yay.
And Mr. Colick.
Yay. And Mrs. Whitlow, has anyone registered to speak in a closed session?
No, sir.
The board will enter closed session at this time. The meeting of the Isle of Wight County School Board is hereby reconvened in open session. Now we will have a certificate of resolution of compliance.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion. The closed meeting was conducted in conformity with the provisions of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act as required by Section 2.2-3712D of the Code of Virginia, and certified that only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements were discussed, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened were heard, discussed, or considered.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? There is no discussion. The clerk will conduct a vote. And we have 4 yeas. Next will be the approval of the agenda or amendments for open session.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? There is no discussion. The clerk will conduct a vote. And we have 4 yeas. Next, Mr. Cunningham will lead the moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Moment of silence. Thank you. Pledge allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone.
Good evening, everyone. This month is Teacher Appreciation Month. I want to thank each of you for your dedication to serving our community through passing your knowledge on to the next generation of our young leaders. As a parent and a grandparent of children enrolled in the Isle of Wight schools, I value every one of you for your commitment to our students, with a special shout out to the special needs teachers and all of you who work with special needs students on a daily basis. I know how hard it is, as well as how rewarding it feels when your student accomplishes a task. Over the next few months, I will be working to strengthen our student discipline regimen to ensure teachers can focus on teaching rather than discipline. I would like to develop a teacher's Bill of Rights with input from you, the teachers. I also want to assure each of you that you have the right to contact your school board members to provide input on policies without any fear of retribution. And if you don't live in the county, feel free to contact me, as several of you have. And finally, I plan to work as an unpaid consultant with Mr. Brinkley to conduct the threat and vulnerability assessments of each school so we can identify and mitigate these threats or vulnerabilities to prevent and deter anyone from doing anything to hurt our students and staff. Now, to start the meeting off, Mrs. Briggs will present the Isle of Wight Achievers.
Good evening. The vision for Isle of Wight County Schools is to create a learning environment that will enable every child to discover his or her unique gifts and talents. The Isle of Wight Achievers section of our board meeting gives us an opportunity to recognize and celebrate our students and staff for their unique talents and gifts. And a few logistical items, because we have quite a few folks being recognized tonight. When your name is called, please come forward. We have Deputy Superintendent Ms. Getz, and we have Deputy Superintendent Dr. Coleman, who are going to be presenting you with a certificate and a pin. I'm going to ask that if you're coming up, especially with the group, you're going to stand in front of me and face the board while I continue reading all the wonderful things about you. After we finish your recognition, you're then going to turn around, face the audience, and then you're going to go over to the screen. Mr. David Elliott is going to come up and take a group photo or individual photo. And families, that is the perfect time for you to come up and join in and capture a photo as well. So having said that, we will get started with our first achiever. On Monday, April 24th, the Isle of Wight County Schools hosted the Tidewater Regional Spring Forum. The region is composed of 17 school divisions. The event includes an art show with each participating division able to submit one entry at each of the 3 levels, elementary, middle, and high. Isabella Miller, a 3rd grader at Carrollton Elementary, won 3rd place in the elementary level. So Isabella, I think she's here. You can come on up, Isabella. Is Isabella? There she is. Okay. We are happy to honor Isabella and her art teacher, Miss Diana Gasparini, this evening. And Miss Gasparini's here as well. Come on up. Okay. All right. You look at them really quick. Look at them. There we go. All right. The division's going to frame and display her artwork in our central office for the upcoming school year, after which will be returned to Isabella. But I wanted you to see, this is her beautiful piece of art.
Wow.
Well, there you go. That won 3rd place. Congratulations, Isabella and Miss Gasparini. And at this time, if you guys would go over to the screen, you can go right over there. And Mr. Elliott's going to get a photo, and any family members, this is your cue. There you go. Aw. Congratulations again. Nice job. I mean, jellyfish are clear. That's amazing. Awesome. All right. Next, we are going to recognize a group from Windsor Elementary. Windsor Elementary had a very successful experience in their first ever Kid Wind Challenge. Kid Wind takes a hands-on approach to teaching students about renewable energy by supplying teachers with do-it-yourself solar and wind generator kits. According to the organization's website, Kid Wind Challenge events have been implemented in 30 states since 2009, with roughly 40,000 students competing in 300 events across the country. Students competed in the regional competition, which qualified them for the state event. At the state level, the team from Windsor Elementary placed 2nd and won the Judges Award. The Kid Wind team members from Windsor Elementary are, and please come up when your name is called, Jacob Clements, McKinley Douglas, okay, sorry. There we go, Jacob. McKinley Douglas, who's following close behind. Let's see it right there. Alec Edwards. Thank you, Ms. Getz. Alec Edwards. And you might recognize the last name on this one, Tenley Marsh. And had I known Dad wasn't going to be here tonight, I may have done something different. Hadley Pierce. And Amelia Spencer. Coaches for the team include teachers Danae Smith and Judy Post. Sure if Judy's here. Not here. And volunteer Carter Greer. Oh, she is here. And we want to congratulate Windsor Elementary's KidWin team for such an outstanding first year. Yay! And now, if you wouldn't mind stepping over to the screen, we'll get a nice group photo. Families, once again, it's a great time to come up and get a picture as well. Y'all can come on, come behind Mr. Elliott. You're good. Yep, there you go. There you go. And stay where you are because you got lots of family taking photos. There you go. Stay where you are. Keep those smiles. Come on. Did we get everybody? We all good? Congratulations, Windsor Elementary School. Okay. Next, we're moving to Smithville High School. And we are honoring 2 Smithville High School JROTC cadets who have made it their mission to bring the Stop the Bleed program to Isle of Wight County Schools. Junior Ethan Schwartz and sophomore Cadence DeStefano, so if you two would come up, have solicited donations and grants from community groups, which has resulted in the donation and purchase of 25 kits with more to come. On April 17th, a pilot program was launched at Smithville High for JROTC cadets and school staff. Plans are to continue to train the cadets year after year, ensuring cadets along with staff at Smithville High School will always be trained. The students are coordinating with the security specialist, Mr. Jason Brinkley, to provide kits in every classroom in the division before they are finished. We also want to recognize 2 board members. If you would like to come down when your name is called, please feel free. Both trained instructors with Stop the Bleed, Mr. Mike Cunningham and Mr. Mark Wooster.
There you go.
They both donated their time and expertise to train almost 100 JROTC Smithville High cadets along with other Smithville High staff. And see, I didn't tell them about that, so that's why they're looking puzzled. There have to be a few surprises. So they are also getting a certificate and a pin. Just follow Ms. Getz. She'll get you straight. We want to congratulate Ethan and Cadence and thank them along with Mr. Wooster and Mr. Cunningham for their participation in the training. Thank you all so much. And now, I'll have you go over there. I know. There have to be some surprises. All good? Congratulations, and thank you for all of your hard work. All right. Staying with Smithville High School, the Smithville High School debate team once again showed up and showed out this season at the VHSL State Debate Tournament.
Congrats.
We are excited to recognize them tonight. Competing in Student Congress were Elijah Smith. I know he is here. Very good. Micah Spicer. Cameron Hicks.
Good job.
And Isabella Meadows. Isabella. Competing in policy were Jack Westock and Aiden Elliott. I know Aiden Elliott is here. Yes, Aiden is here. Lincoln Douglas debater Aiden Shannon placed fourth in a tough field of competition. Aiden is here? Yep. The public forum team of Madeline Bresnahan, I don't think she's here, and Mary Tomlinson made Smithfield proud by placing third in their division. The policy debate team of Sydney McAleer and Cameron Barrett placed first overall for the second year in a row, with Sydney placing first in speaker awards and Cameron following, placing second in speaker awards. Debate team coaches are Matt Ployd, Regina Mankel, and Logan Ping. I got him. We want to congratulate the Smithfield High debate team on another outstanding season. Congratulations all. And at this time, we'll get you to move over to the screen, and Mr. Elliott will get you all positioned for a photo. And once again, any family members, this is a great time to do that. Here, Susan. Isabella Meadows, I think. Yes, they're all debate. Yeah. And as soon as Mr. Elliott is done, y'all are welcome to come a little closer. Find a window, that's right. Wait. Yep, hold up. Come on, parents. Your parents are making memories. Don't cut that short. They're very excited for you. Are we all good? Congratulations once again. Okay. Moving on to Windsor High. Windsor High School had several teams compete in the Great Computer Challenge last month. The long-running event is a joint project of WHRO, the Consortium for Interactive Instruction, and Old Dominion University. It provides a competitive opportunity for students in kindergarten through 12th grade from public and private schools to demonstrate their knowledge of various computer applications and programming skills. Windsor High received an honorable mention in the category of desktop presentations. Team members included Journey Johnson. Journey's here. There's Journey. Gianna Rich. Oh, she did come in. Very good. Oh, sorry. Javante McNeil. Nope. Mackenzie Burns. Yes. And Stephanie Hakami. That's going to say Stephanie Jones. I already know it. It's just kidding. She knows. Mm-hmm. Yep. Windsor High School placed second in desktop publishing. Team members included Kiera Key Towns, Ladisha Warren, Deanna Oliver, Rajane Turner, nope. And the coaches were Sharon Smallwood Moore, okay, and Tyler Mosley. I know he's here. Congratulations, Great Computer Challenge members. And at this time, if you'd come over to the backdrop, Mr. Elliott will get a photo. And once again, any family members that want to hop up here and get a picture, great time. Can I go ahead and move to the next group? Can I move to the next group? Okay, we're going to move on to the Beta Club. Once again, Windsor High School. Students from Windsor High recently competed in the Virginia Beta Convention in Hampton and were exemplary representatives of the division, winning numerous awards during the competition. We are happy to honor them during tonight's meeting. Placing third in the book battle was the team of Miranda Hardison, Cadence Carter, Hannah Spencer. Hannah Spencer? Very good. Okay. Third in the robotic showcase, Kenneth Branch, Caleb Deely, Carlos Gonzalez, Brock Rogers. Yes, that's Stacy's son. I knew that one was here. Zachary Sharp, Ethan Brinkley Sawyer, nope. And Trevor Smith. Living Literature, third place, Andrea Bach, Zoe Baker, Paige Cooper, Cadence Delgado, Chloe Griffin. Which one we get? Chloe Griffin? Are you Chloe? Yay, Chloe Griffin, very good. Summer Little. Nope. Bobby Rose. Samira Ward. And Brianna Worth. Third place in Performing Arts, Jayla Finch. Jayla is also selected to perform as a premier performer at the National Convention. In 10th grade math, third place, Aaron Post. Sorry about that. Third place in, I'm sorry. Science, grade 12, third place, Trevor Smith. Social studies, grade 12, Brandon McClenny, third place. Recyclable art, level 1, Samira Ward, third place. She already had, right. Mixed media, level 1, Zoe Baker, second place. Is Baker in there? Okay. Jewelry, level 1, Eden Powell, second place. She's here, good. Math, grade 11, Tyler Asmussen, second place. Spanish, grade 12, Carlos Gonzalez, second place, which we already called him. Spanish, grade 9, Stephanie Hakami. First place, excuse me, first place. First place, Stephanie, very good. And jewelry level 2, first place, Jada Brittle. The club sponsor is Chris Johnson. And all Windsor High School winners have been extended an invitation to participate in the National Beta Convention in Louisville, Kentucky. And I'm going to ask Ms. Jennifer Davis. Ms. Davis, she's helping out Mr. Johnson. If you want to come up and get the certificates that for students that were not here tonight, you can help distribute those. We appreciate that. And we want to congratulate all those in attendance and all the Beta Club winners. Congratulations. GCC. And if you guys would move over to the screen. I forgot what I was saying. Mr. Elliott's going to get a photo. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I've got 10. Oh, yeah. Okay. I got two left. Don't take my 2. Thank you. And I'm seniors of the month. All right. And we're going to get ready to do seniors of the month, but we've got a bit of a crowd for photos, so we'll make sure everybody gets a chance to get their pictures. All good? Congratulations once again. All right. Our last honorees are our seniors of the month, and this is our final month to do seniors of the month for this school year. We're going to start with Windsor High School. The senior of the month from Windsor High School is Leanne Blythe. Leanne, and she's going to come up while I'm reading all the lovely things about her. Leanne is a person of high moral character and integrity and is known for her honesty, reliability, and professionalism. She displays a positive attitude and a genuine willingness to help others. Leanne consistently stands out as one of the top performers, regularly achieving high grades and demonstrating a deep understanding of all subject matters she is taught. She is always eager to learn and seeks out new challenges to expand her knowledge base, and she also has shown strong leadership qualities both in school clubs and in volunteer organizations. She has been actively involved in volleyball, softball, baseball, beta, and DECA, demonstrating her ability to work collaboratively with others, take on leadership roles, and motivate her peers to achieve their goals. Quote, Leanne is the epitome of a well-rounded student. She is near the top of her class academically, a leader on the athletic fields, and a friend and mentor to her peers. It has been a pleasure getting to know her throughout the year. And that's from Mr. Scott Graham, calculus and statistics teacher. Leanne, you scared me there, Miss Hunt. Leanne plans to attend Camp Community College to complete her prerequisites for Riverside, then attend Riverside College of Health Careers to gain an Associate of Applied Science degree in Radiology Technology. From there, she plans on attending Christopher Newport University to obtain a Bachelor's in Business Administration. Congratulations, Leanne. We'll get you to come over here. And we'll get ready for our Senior of the Month from Smithfield in just a moment. Congratulations again, Leanne. The Senior of the Month for May from Smithfield High School is Aiden Hall. Aiden is a member of the state championship Kidwin team. He will head to Colorado on May 15th to participate in the National Kidwin Tournament. Aiden is co-captain of the robotics team, and he has spent multiple Saturdays at school working to create the best projects he can for his team. His perseverance, enthusiasm, and dedication are commendable. Quote, Aiden Hall has a never-say-quit attitude. He works hard and is an exemplary role model for his peers. I have no doubt he will be a successful mechanical engineer. And that's from Mrs. Heather Greer, engineering teacher. Aiden plans to attend Old Dominion University and will major in engineering. Congratulations, Aiden. All the best at Kidwin. And I found out tonight that I taught his mom. Isn't that awesome? That's so cool. I taught his mom. Isn't that cool? Yes, I did. I was 13. No. I'm sorry. I had to put that in there. Yes, there she is. Congratulations. Yay! Okay. And as we conclude our achievers, I do want to thank all of the family members that came out to support them. We do have some special comments tonight from Katie Hellebush with the Virginia Port Council. So at this time, I'm going to call Katie to the podium, and she's got a few friends she's going to bring up with her. Katie? She just has a quick message to share with the board.
Good evening, everyone.
Let's see, is it on?
Test.
There we go.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Katie Hellebush, Director of the Virginia Port Council, and I've got with me Ms. Jessica Cunningham, our President, Daniel Jenkins, the Farm Manager of the Isle of Wight Agricultural Land Lab, and Jason Brittle, their agricultural teacher, and we just want to take a few minutes of your time to give you some special comments. Thank you so much in advance.
I've got a pretty loud voice, so hopefully it won't be a problem. Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I am Jessica Cunningham, President of the Virginia Port Council. It is my pleasure to join you today with representatives from the Isle of Wight Agricultural Land Lab to celebrate, to advocate, and to promote youth agriculture education. The Council was delighted to approve a grant that allowed the Land Lab to purchase a brand new livestock trailer. The trailer will play a vital role in expanding the current reach of agricultural learning beyond the Land Lab. With less than 2% of the U.S. population being from a farm, it's programs like this that are crucial to keeping people in touch with where their food comes from. Our industry benefits from children getting excited about being hands-on with agriculture. These interactions will hopefully inspire them to continue their life path being involved in the industry. In closing, we are extremely grateful to the Isle of Wight County for giving the students this opportunity and look forward to continuing our partnership. Thank you.
And we want to invite you, tomorrow we'll be holding a ribbon cutting for the trailer at 11:30, and it'll be a fun event with some food and treats, and we'd like all of y'all to join us. So please put that on your calendars. You should have received an invitation already, but we'd love you to join us and make sure that we celebrate all the opportunities to educate our youth. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Katie. Thank you. Thanks, everyone. This concludes Achievers for tonight.
Next, we're going to move into the special presentation portion of the meeting with ION Instruction, and tonight it will be presented by Carsville Elementary School.
Good evening. I'm Lauren Gray. I'm from Carsville Elementary, kindergarten teacher, and we are here to present ION Instruction.
Good evening, everyone. We are going to show you how we use our five senses. How I can use my five senses to better understand the world around me. We explored and investigated pumpkins using our five senses by seeing them, feeling them, smelling them, tasting foods with pumpkin, and hearing sounds made from tapping a pumpkin and shaking the seeds. Our trip to Butler Family Farm Pumpkin Patch. On October 14th, we took a trip to Butler Family Farm's Pumpkin Patch. We used our five senses to see how a pumpkin grows from a plant in the ground. We also talked about how a plant needs sunlight, water, soil, and air to grow. We carved the pumpkin We saw the inside of the pumpkin, heard the seeds inside the pumpkin, felt the inside of the pumpkin, and later we ate food with pumpkin. We tasted yummy foods with pumpkins. Miss Wade's class's favorite was pumpkin donuts. Miss Gray's class's favorite was pumpkin cookies. We planted a seed. We gave it soil, air, water, and sunlight, and we watched it grow. At our expo, we shared all that we learned with family, friends, and the community. This is our pumpkin artwork. This is our pumpkin life cycle. This is the inside of the pumpkin. This is a pumpkin pie. This is the plant. This is the book we made. Thank you for sharing our pumpkin adventure. Do you have any questions about our presentation?
Oh, you want me to say it again? I don't have any questions for you all tonight, but you all did an awesome job, okay? And continue to do your best at Carsville Elementary School. Board chair wants the pumpkin pie.
We'll give them just a couple minutes before we head on to the next presentation. Okay, the next presentation will be by the Governor's School for the Arts.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kramer, members of the board, for having us this evening. It's cruel and unusual punishment to follow that. That was outstanding. But we're going to do our best. I am Dr. Shelley Syhack, the very proud executive director of the Governor's School for the Arts, and it is people say Disney World is the most magical place on earth, and they have clearly never been to the Governor's School for the Arts. And at GSA, our mission is to really be a center for innovation that is a pre-professional training ground for our young people, and truthfully to help our young people grow as artists, but also to see their art as a way to give back and involve themselves in the community around them. We serve 8 school divisions, one of which is Isle of Wight, and I'm very excited to be joined by two of our fabulous Isle of Wight humans this evening, and that you'll get to hear from them, because truly they are what make GSA very special. We have 6 departments that comprise our school. Students audition for us, and they come and concentrate in one of these 6 areas. Dance, which you will get to hear a little bit about, which features both a modern track and a ballet track. We have instrumental music, which features classical orchestra, Baroque orchestra, and a phenomenal jazz program that was the winner of the Chantilly Jazz Festival last year. We're heading there again this weekend. Our musical theater program, of which those students right now, as we talk, are rehearsing for Into the Woods, which will open in 2 weeks. Our theater and film program, which at 7 p.m. this evening will open A Midsummer Night's Dream, and that program also encompasses our design technical theater track. We have our visual arts program that you'll get to hear a little bit about this evening, as well as our vocal music program, which is the premier opera training ground in the area. Our Isle of Wight students are always very active, very involved. You'll see some of them here, one of which looks very familiar, but is a mind trick, as you'll hear from Tony, who's in our dance program, but you can see his twin brother, who is in our musical theater program, who is up there. And there is a fellow on that screen who may look a little familiar. We were fortunate to welcome Dr. Kramer to visit us, and he's pictured with one of our Isle of Wight students, as well as a Suffolk student, because those two students worked on a composition that you see pictured together, and that's one of the unique things about the Governor's School, is it really brings students together from all 8 areas, all 8 geographic areas, to collaborate, and they really form lifelong bonds. And we actually see that in our many alumni who come back to work with us as well, who speak to those bonds. Unique to GSA, as I already mentioned to you, community service is incredibly important. All of our students give back to the community a minimum of 25 hours per year, but it doesn't stop there. Involving ourselves with the community is at our core, and with that, we have our community partnerships. And just this year alone, we've done co-productions with Virginia Stage Company, Virginia Musical Theater, Virginia Symphony Orchestra, Virginia Opera, the Virginia Arts Festival, and the list goes on. Our students leave our program with professional credentials on their resume. So at 18 years of age, they have worked with professional companies, and they are prepared, whether they go on to post-secondary training or they enter the workforce, they're prepared to meet with success. Our students also celebrate each other in cross-disciplinary experiences, of which we had one today where we all gathered at Old Dominion University's University Theater to see A Midsummer Night's Dream and to celebrate our theater and film colleagues. And we do that with all 6 of our departments, which is important for us to appreciate each other in the arts. Our students receive individualized lessons, so students receive voice lessons, instrumental music, private lessons. These lessons come at a premium cost out in the world beyond GSA, and we're able to bring those professionals into our building and provide those experiences free of charge to remove economic status from being a barrier to success in the arts for our students. Our students receive personalized instruction. We're able to mold our curriculum to meet the needs of our students. For example, last year we were performing the piano lesson, and we were able to then offer an in-depth study into August Wilson's work. And then with our students who that piqued their interest, then to offer them an independent study to go even deeper into the works of that playwright. All of our students across the disciplines complete a senior capstone portfolio project. It looks different within the 6 departments, but you'll get to hear about Alexis's senior capstone in just a moment. I already mentioned our community partnerships. We also, with those partnerships, are able to bring in professionals to provide master classes for our students, which Tony will tell you a little bit about. But we also have a wide alumni network who come back to give back to our students. For example, Will Liverman, who starred in the Metropolitan Opera's Fire Shut Up in My Bones last year, is an alum of our program, and he's come in several times this year to lead master classes. Ryan Speedo Green, also an alum of our program, who is headlining Champion right now with the Met, comes in to do master classes. One of Dr. Kramer's favorite, Jake Clemens, who is the saxophone player for Bruce Springsteen and the E Street Band, comes in and does master classes. And we are just very fortunate to have that wide network of alumni who continue to work with our students. It is my pleasure to turn it over to a 3rd-year student, meaning he's been with GSA for 3 years. He's a junior here in Isle of Wight, Tony Silvis.
Thank you. Hello, I am Tony Silvis, or Anthony Silvis from the dance department. I am a modern major, but I also do ballet technique at GSA. I just wanted to say how much GSA offers to me. I've been to Connecticut, where I was at the Nutmeg Conservatory of Ballet, where I was taught advanced ballet technique and advanced partner advanced partnering classes. I am also going to New York City, where I'm learning how to budget myself in the life of a dancer. And I have also been very grateful for me to be able to go to the National High School Dance Festival this year, where I was taught so many different dance styles, how to teach dance classes, what it's like to be a dancer, and living real life. Not just talking about inside GSA, outside GSA, as Dr. Shelley said before, we require 25 hours community service. Just to put that in perspective, there are 94 dance students in the dance department. That is 2,350 community service hours for one department, and I am over my hours because I just love how it teaches us so much empathy and so much giving to our communities and learning about other communities from all over Virginia. Honestly, I have been offered so much master classes from ODU, from Alvin Ailey, thank you, Alvin Ailey from VAF. I've been offered, so sorry, Philadelphia Ballet, Richmond Ballet have come to GSA to teach us. I am proud to say that I'm very ready for college thanks to these advanced classes that they offer. And so much has given to me via scholarships, via help for myself and going, honestly, all of the East Coast of the US. I'm lucky to be honored a bunch of scholarships from National High School Dance Festival, one from Dean University in Massachusetts, Joffrey Ballet from New York City, ODU gave me a scholarship for the summer intensive, and Brenu College from Georgia. I am taking the Dean University scholarship for the summer intensive, where I will learn what it's like to choreograph and teach other students, which is what I would like to pursue in the future. Thank you.
Thanks, Tony. Next, we have Alexis Walker, who is a second year at GSA, and she is a senior in Isle of Wight, and she is in our visual arts department.
Hi. Okay. Well, first thing I want to say is that being at GSA, I've basically been very much exposed to the professional world in the arts. I feel so prepared, and it's very much opened my eyes to creating artwork I never would have imagined creating myself come 3 years ago. In the images you see before, all of those artworks are actually currently on display here in Smithfield at the Art Center for my first senior show, which is my whole solo gallery. And also something I never thought I would be able to accomplish, having my own gallery. It's amazing. So the first image on the side is a summer project I worked on, which is actually a triptych, and it's called Golden Hour, and it's very much imaginative. It got an honorable mention in the GSA fall juried show just last semester. The image in between is actually a fashion show piece. It was like my first fabric work, and we did the collaboration with the 9th annual fashion show at the Chrysler Museum in Norfolk. It is a big opportunity. It's one of the biggest events for the Chrysler Museum, and it very much engages artists to create a imaginative piece and dive into the hidden meanings of artworks and how do you display an artwork as a fashion show piece, and it really opens the mind. The last image on the side is a color pencil drawing that I created just last semester, and it was also at the Chrysler Museum, which are some of the drawing classes they offer. Not only am I learning how to draw, but I'm also learning how to look at objects correctly and how to transform that into what I see. The drawing itself there is a color pencil work, but the original piece that I studied was an acrylic painting, and I only twisted it a bit. The original figures were holding lanterns, but I decided to take a twist, and they're holding planets in the actual artwork. And yes, with GSA in total for the visual arts department specifically, we are taught so many different mediums and given the opportunities such as glass class. There's a glass blowing class that is connected with the Chrysler Museum, and obviously the fashion work. There's ceramics, a specific acrylic paint. I also got to learn how to brand and design my own logos, which actually has geared me to be accepted into Virginia Tech as a graphic design major. And yes, I feel very prepared going into the future, and I could not imagine my life without GSA going forward. Yes, thank you.
We encourage you all to follow us on social media, come out and see any of our performances. If you would like a tour of our building, we would be happy to do that. And most of all, thank you for supporting our program so that we can do wonderful things for young people. We appreciate you. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may, before you leave, Dr. Sahek, I think I would be remiss if I didn't fail to say how amazing the visit was. Your presentation, Anthony, Alexis, your work. I think we need to invest in some of your art now before we can't afford it. I would like to extend our board the same opportunity you granted me, and that is to visit GSA. Your presentation was compelling, and you two are amazing. But I think once you visit, you see these young people in action. And I venture to say, as a parent of a dancer, I wish I had this opportunity available to me. I would have saved a lot of money. We have a resource in this community that I hope we are not taking for granted. Most states, most communities do not have this. So thank you all so much, and thank you, board members, for allowing this presentation. Thank you, Dr. Sahek.
Thank you.
And next, we will have a presentation by the Governor's School for Science and Technology.
Good evening, school board members and Dr. Kramer. It's a pleasure to be before you this evening. My name is Casey Roberts. I'm the Executive Director for New Horizons Regional Education Centers. That is the parent organization for the Governor's School for Science and Technology. And we're happy to be here. I have, to my left, I have Elijah Smith from Smithfield High School and Sydney McLair from Smithfield High School, who are two senior students in our Governor's School for Science and Technology. For the purposes of tonight, I'm going to give you a high-level view of New Horizons so you become familiar with it as one of the largest and oldest regional programs in the Commonwealth, and then we'll kind of funnel down to the Governor's School for Science and Technology. So New Horizons has been around since 1965. Again, it's the oldest and largest of the regional programs in the Commonwealth of Virginia. We serve the 6 Greater Peninsula School Divisions, but I always say Isle of Wight is our 7th school division that we serve. We have 7 specialized programs, Governor's School being one. And in the next slide, I will show you the additional programs that we have. We are a multi-campus regional program. I have 5 sites across the peninsula. The Governor's School for Science and Technology is located at our Hampton campus, which is right next door to Virginia Peninsula Community College in Hampton. We serve approximately 1,500 plus students annually in 5 of our different programs. And at night, many of our current tech program campuses turn into adult ed, which we serve an additional 1,200 plus adult learners. So if you see all these logos up on the screen, New Horizons being at the center, these are all the programs that represent New Horizons. So we have our version on the peninsula, what you call on this side, CSEP, which is our Center for Autism Newport Academy. We have the Governor's School for Science and Technology. We have current technical education programs, youth workforce, family counseling center, and then our adult ed programs. So our mission at New Horizon is to train and educate a competitive, future-worthy workforce that is college and community ready. With all of these different programs, trying to come up with a mission statement was very difficult. However, we pride ourselves in acknowledging both our students that want to go into the workforce through our current tech programs, those that are going off to become our STEM scholars, scientists, mathematicians, making them college ready. But we want all of our students that come to New Horizons from 23 different high schools and 7 different school divisions to be community ready. Wherever they land, wherever they live, they will be community ready. So current technical education, 1,100 students come to our programs at 2 campuses, one in Hampton, one in Newport News. We like to say that we are the Harvard of CTE because our students are coming to us, they're getting state and national level credentials to be ready to learn entry-level workforce. We have 26 different programs. Our Center for Autism Newport Academy that focuses on students with autism, emotional disability, intellectual disability, and we focus on academic training, transition skills, and employability skills. Our youth workforce is our WAOA Youth Services contract that's through the Hampton Roads Workforce Council. We serve about 120 students that have barriers to employment. adult ed, that's kind of self-explanatory, but the size of our adult ed program is massive. We have 300 apprentices that are trained annually. So more than likely, your plumbers, your electricians, your contractors that are coming to your house to fix it are probably New Horizons graduates from the high school or the adult ed program. And then we also have something that's very unique at New Horizons. We have a partnership with the College of William & Mary where we have their counseling graduate students serve as mental health professionals, and they serve students that are referred from the schools to William & Mary, and that is all free of charge. The graduate students get hours for practice, and our students at the different high schools and the different schools of the 6 divisions get access to free family counseling support. So let's funnel down to the Governor's School, because you didn't notice that on the last slide. So the Governor's School is one of 19 academic governor's schools in the state of Virginia. This is a separate school that has a focus. Ours is focused on science and technology, STEM related. Our next closest academic governor's school would be the Chesapeake Regional that focuses on environmental science. That's located on the Middle Peninsula. It's a 2-year program. Juniors and seniors come to this particular program, and we serve approximately 180 plus students. We have 3 research strands in the Governor's School for Science and Technology: engineering, biological sciences, and computational sciences. And we're looking to bring on board data science in the near future. We have an honors and research mentorship program, which is sort of like the crown jewel of the Governor's School experience. Our students are pairing up, are mentored by active scientists at Jefferson Lab, NASA, Langley, Newport News Shipbuilding, you name it. We probably have a student there working with those active scientists and scholars. Many of our students are leaving high school as published authors of scientific journals. That is powerful when you start applying for those top tier STEM universities. Many of our students are going to MIT, Caltech, Virginia Tech, go Hokies, UVA, and many other STEM universities. Our students are applying, and they're just not applying and getting in, they're applying and getting full rides. So if you think about a class that is graduating from New Horizons Governor's School for Science and Technology, 90 students, they're pulling over $8 million in scholarships. That's what the class of 2022, and I'm sure the class of 2023 is going to exceed that this year in number of scholarships and honorariums they're receiving to attend those top tier STEM universities. So enough about New Horizons and hearing it from the executive director. I'm going to really let the rock stars talk about their experience at New Horizons. So, Elijah.
Yes. Hello. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Elijah Smith. I'm from Smithville High School. I'm a senior that attends there. And within GSST, I am a part of the computational science strand, so a lot of what we do is computational science based. As far as my future plans go, I will be attending UVA this fall, or the University of Virginia, and I plan to pursue a major in computational science and perhaps a double major or minor in political science. And then afterwards, as my future goals, I would like to become a software engineer. So the main reason why I chose GSST can honestly be surmised into 3 separate reasons, which is high school, college, and personal. High school-wise, it obviously made me a lot more of a competitive applicant. In fact, a lot of the opportunities that GSST offered, I don't think I would be as competitive applicant or for University of Virginia in the colleges that I applied to, due to the sheer how rigorous these classes are. When I first entered GSST my junior year, I started off taking physics 1 and 2, that was college level, as well as college level calculus. This year I'm taking differential equations, computational science, engineering, innovation and design, as well as research ethics and methodology, and a data science course, which is all kind of crammed in there, but we do absolutely get it done. So it's more advanced than my homeschool classes, I'd say, because of how rigorous they are. And that kind of leads me to my second point, which is college. I am taking all college level classes there, along with college level professors that are absolutely excellent, especially in the courses that they assign. In addition, I'm working on projects, as I mentioned, that help me get into the colleges that I'm getting into today. Currently, we are working on an ED Lab project, which is essentially a collaboration between engineering and computational science. And we're working on an Arduino project for that ED Lab, which essentially we are putting up in different locations to collect data about the air, which will be then sent to William & Mary for other students to work on. Furthermore, I am working on a personal project along with a few other people, including Cameron Barrett, who is here today, on a augmented reality software that essentially can be used in a classroom environment. So you would take out your phone, it has a camera on it, and you would place down cards, and it would show you different visuals from your phone, which is augmented reality, and that's something that we're currently working on. And then personally, I just love computational science. I remember here at Westside Elementary, in the Gifted and Talented program, I presented a project that my passion project was that I wanted to create a game. And I did end up creating that game, and I presented it, and it's really stuck with me this entire time. I absolutely adore computational science. And part of GSST is we are given such broad assignments by excellent professors, such as my quarter 3 assignment was make a game, and that was it. And then when I submitted that game roughly 2 weeks early, my professor said, I think we can give you an 80 on this because I think you can really push yourself to do more. So the teachers there are actively pushing us to do more within the course. And then part of being a senior at computational science is everyone, or senior at Governor School of Science Technology, is everyone goes through a mentorship and research experience. Mine was at Jefferson Labs with Ms. Valerie Bookwalter, and that is the first slide to the research presentation that I fully finished. Essentially, Pansophy is a web-based data management system that we designed for Jefferson Labs and I helped work on. Jefferson Labs prior to this system was operating off of a spreadsheet, Microsoft Excel, and we decided that might not be the best for one of the most technologically advanced places in our nation. So we developed Pansophy, which is essentially a better Excel sheet. It has due dates, it has color coding, tells them what assignments. I personally worked on the version control, so now you can have the assignment of the same name and it will have different versions of that assignment, or of that document, sorry. And I worked with Ms. Valerie Bookwalter. She was excellent the entire time. These last 8 months have been nothing but informative to me. And we fully wrote a research paper on it, a research proposal. We gave a presentation, we recorded a video, and all that. So that's it.
Good evening. My name is Sydney McAleer. I am a senior at Smithfield High School and a second-year student at the Governor School for Science and Technology. I am part of the Biological Sciences strand. And this fall, I will be attending Christopher Newport University. I plan to double major in biology and international affairs. And in the future, several years down the road after medical school and residency, I hope to be a flight surgeon for the United States Air Force. So the question, why did I choose to attend GSST? So a lot of my reasonings are fairly similar to Elijah's, but the first and foremost for me is being I love biology. And going to the Governor's School provides me as a STEM student with resources that I absolutely would not be able to get on the same level at Smithfield High School just because the class sizes at Smithfield are so much bigger. At the Governor's School, our class sizes are quite small and we are provided with a lot of lab equipment in our classrooms that's really top of the line and allows us to do advanced scientific experiments. So starting at Governor's School in chemistry, I took advanced chemical analysis, which is chemistry 1 and 2 essentially for a college class. And there we were able to do things like titration. My favorite personal experiment was turning a piece of copper into liquid and then back into solid copper again based on certain reactions. It sounds like alchemy, and it almost is, but it's science, and it's awesome. And then this year in biology, I've had a lot of fun. We've gotten to do things like various microscopy labs, and right now we're working on our dissection unit, where we have gotten to dissect a shark. We're currently working on bullfrogs, and next we will be dissecting rabbits. And it's really amazing to be able to have access to all of these things. Additionally, I think that college preparedness is certainly a huge attractor for the Governor's School. We've been able to get a head start in building our professional experiences as well as developing a professional portfolio through our experiences. For example, the mentorship we're working on, as well as various opportunities that are presented to us. As well as the college readiness, we were able to take those advanced classes to really understand what the rigor of college will be like, especially the lab portions of the science classes. And part of the reason I am incredibly happy to have gone to Governor's School is to earn college credit. At CNU, I was accepted into several honors programs, and I do plan to double major. And part of the reason I can do that is I have an enormous number of credits for prerequisites from the Governor's School through my dual enrollment, which will allow me, if all of my credits transfer, to enter as a second semester sophomore. And that really opens up my schedule to be able to pursue all of the various things that I'm interested in. And then, of course, getting those real-world experiences through research, which is my research mentorship experience has been with Dr. Sandra Balcom at Infinity Pediatrics here in Smithfield, Virginia, and it has been a wonderful experience. We've been working on the Trauma-Informed ACEs Screening and Intervention Project, ACEs standing for Adverse Childhood Events. Through my research, I've learned that traumatic experiences in childhood can actually have effects not only mentally, but physically and physiologically. It hasn't been thoroughly explored, but it is believed that it can change your DNA. Traumatic experiences, stress, can change your very DNA and cause you to develop diseases later in life or make you more prone to developing diseases. And this is something that's really important to discover, because if that's truly what happens, we need to be able to connect children to resources in order to mitigate those negative experiences. And so my research project has been about developing a screener for pediatric clinics to be able to use to recognize victims of childhood trauma and connect them with important resources. And we are just one chapter in a nationwide research project sponsored by the New Jersey Association for the American Association for Pediatrics. And as part of our experience, we not only create presentations like this, but we go through the entire scientific process, building a research project, coming up with a plan to implement a study, and then writing research papers on a professional level. And it's been really an awesome experience to be able to get to know some of those things.
As you can see, I'm blown away just listening. So, as with my other counterpart, I just want to say thank you for your partnership. These are 2 students that attend the Governor's School for Science and Technology, but you have a total of 21 students that attend from both high schools. They come over every day to the Hampton campus, and we're really appreciative of your partnership. And we also invite, Dr. Kramer's already come, but I also invite the board to come visit us over at the Hampton campus and see the great work that we're doing. This is how you can follow us on social media. Thank you.
Thank you. I was just blown away. I couldn't believe these are high school students. Great job.
Mr. Roberts, I would like to welcome you back to Isle of Wight County. For those of
Feels
you
good
who
to be
don't
back.
know, Mr. Roberts was with us a few years ago as principal of Smithfield High School. And for Elijah and Sydney, you're above my intellectual thoughts anyway, okay? I probably, as a student, if we did have the Governor's School for the Sciences during that time, I probably would not have been there. I'm sure of that. But I'm so happy that we can provide, I guess, the funding, and they can provide the space for you all to be there. The 21 students from Isle of Wight County, we're proud of you, okay? Thank you very much, and I wish all of you the best when you go on to Old Dominion and the University of Virginia. Wish you the best.
Seeing you.
Wait a minute.
Seeing you.
Who's going to Sydney, you going to Christopher Newport? Oh, I thought she said Old Dominion. Okay. Old Dominion is with the other group. But you're going to University of Virginia, correct? Okay. Thank you.
And if I may say, Mr. Chair, I did have an opportunity to visit. I can echo the sentiments I made regarding the Governor's School for the Arts, another incredible resource in this county that's available to our county, I should say. I went over not knowing what they had to offer and was absolutely blown away. With these 2 young people, Sydney, so impressive, and Elijah, you will go on and do extraordinary things and represent us well. But again, to have that resource to augment the work that we're doing, I think is a testament to the resources we have available to our students. And again, do not take this for granted. This does not exist in most places. So, Mr. Roberts, welcome back home, and thank you for representing us so well, sir.
Absolutely. Thank you. Good job.
Okay, next we will have citizens' comments on proposed agenda items.
These procedures are going to apply to both of the next sections. In accordance to policy BDDH-E, presentation of information on any subject will be concluded at the discretion of the board. No person will be recognized to speak more than once. Citizens scheduled on the agenda to speak will be permitted 4 minutes maximum time for their presentation. Delegations will be requested to limit their speakers to 2. Persons speaking are asked to be specific, state the issues for the board's consideration, and attach a copy of your prepared remarks. If you have prepared remarks, they should be given to the board clerk. Please do not approach the board members. Any matter relating to specific students will be heard by the school board only in a closed meeting. And first we have Herb DeGroft.
Mr. Chairman, board members, and Dr. Kramer, the Governor's School for Science and Technology sure is in good hands with Dr. Roberts. He did an excellent job for us at Smithfield High School, and our students that go there are benefited from his guidance, I'm sure. And I hope by virtue of Dr. Kramer is going to report on how he intends to remediate in reading and math and help our students recover back to competency at grade level, because back in October of last year, the National Assessment of Education Progress released the scores in these 2 particular areas that caused a lot of folks to gasp for air. I'm surprised that it has taken this long to bring forth a plan. I'll have to watch it later because I got to go to choir practice. But really wasn't surprising when you consider when you lock down schools or send kids home to learn online, it doesn't exactly work out with not having a teacher in front of them, and parents can do but so much. According to the Department of Education, the percentage of students performing below the NAEP basic level increased across both subjects and grade levels. And a below basic score means the student isn't able to perform skills at the grade level. And without such mastery, it's hard to succeed in later grades. Low scores in reading augur badly for a student's ability to master other subjects and to graduate. My brother, a 30-year guidance counselor, said very matter-of-factly, reading competency has to be achieved by the 3rd grade and continued from there. Otherwise, students will have significant difficulties. And as far as math, the 8th grade is a pivotal moment in students' mathematics education. So I'm looking forward to what's going to happen, because one of the things we learned in the Marine Corps top was you take advantage of every opportunity. That's why it astounded me when the superintendent said, we're going to take a day off. I'm surprised that this day taken off isn't retracted and used to remediate in reading and math. Why not? Because you don't just do it overnight. The American Enterprise Institute in Washington has a list of potentially useful remedies. Students need to spend more time learning, whether it's tutoring, extended school days, use other days, or summer school. What a way to do it. By golly, how many of you know about WHRO's e-media and learning program? That's in the package that I've given y'all. And I hope that, considering that parents can access that from home, that maybe we'll give homework assignments for the summer that they would have to complete these WHRO courses and bring their reading and math competency back up to their grade level. Tennessee particularly serves as a model, and its initiative consisted of high-quality intensive tutoring and summer school programs. I've said before, summer school needs to be used to remediate, and it needs to be done religiously. And I know parents get upset at that kind of thing because they want to go on vacation. It's more important to get your child ready to become a contributing member of society going forward. That's my opinion. So check out the student learning home resources that WHRO provides through their eMedia VA series. It covers a lot of different grade levels, and hopefully that'll happen. And after all, we have the talent, I'm sure, in the central office where we have beaucoup people. So as some of us know, central office is sort of like a command. You don't want a bunch of strap hangers. You want people that can really produce. So thank you very much. Remember, last Monday this month is Memorial Day. Please come to the memorial, the Veterans Memorial for Isle of Wight on North Church Street at 11 o'clock for the Veterans Day ceremony. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. DeGraff.
Heidi Swartz.
Sorry. Good evening. I just wanted to come tonight to first thank Mr. Wooster for first answering a lot of questions from Ethan and myself when Ethan first came up with the idea last spring or summer to bring Stop the Bleed to the schools. I don't think we could have done this without his years of experience with the program and the knowledge he provided. He tends to sit in the background a lot, and he likes to tone down his part in this and shy away from the limelight. I also want to thank Lieutenant Colonel Bedillion, I can't say it, which he hasn't gotten a lot of thanks for, who, unbeknownst to him, when I volunteered to chaperone the JROTC field trip in September, he got trapped with me for about an hour on the field trip on the bus and back, and I pitched the Stop the Bleed program to him that Ethan had planned, and he needed a sponsor. This paved the way for Ethan to seal the plan, and off we went. With that, when I found out within about 8 weeks before the pilot program was to take place that Mr. Cunningham also had become an instructor, I pounced on him, basically knocking poor Dr. Kramer out of the way that day. Sorry to this day, Dr. Kramer, for doing that, but my excitement got the better of me. And from there, I saw this board work together to train students and staff for something that will only better them and prepare them for something that we hope that they'll never have to use. I want to thank each and every one of you. With that, we continue to get funding. Out of the goal of approximately 550 kits that Ethan and Cadence plan to place in Isle of Wight County Schools, we've received 25 donated from the Smithfield Lions Club, that they have already been placed in Smithfield High School. Tonight, we bring you 32 kits, 31 donated from a company called Pedalian Energy, and one from a set of grandparents from Windsor Elementary. Their grandchild attends there, and their name is David and Judy Bowden, Pa and Meemaw. This will place 5 kits at Windsor High, 5 in each middle school, 4 at Windsor Elementary, 3 at the remaining elementary in Westside, 1 at central office, and 1 at the transportation office. At this time, we will have kits, hopefully tomorrow if I can get them there, at every school in Isle of Wight County. But we're still far from the goal that Cadence and Ethan have. Anyone can reach out to me if they want to inquire on how to donate. And we also have a citizen within Isle of Wight County that took it upon herself to start a GoFundMe to collect funds to purchase kits if anyone wishes to go and donate there. So we just want to thank everyone, and we want to continue to try to get the kits in every classroom in Isle of Wight County Schools. Thanks.
Thank you.
Jennifer Hergert.
First, I have to say that I've been to many school board meetings, and this one has been great. So I've been very impressed. I'm Jennifer. I'm a mother and a grandmother. Is anyone here aware of the Pfizer documents for the COVID-19 vaccine? I've personally spoken with 5 doctors, and they were unaware. The FDA tried to have the documents sealed for 75 years until 2096, and a Texas judge ordered the release, and the first set came out on March 1st, 2022. I'm a firm believer of informed consent. There are 9 pages of adverse reactions that were known by February 28, 2021, over 2 years ago. Within these 9 pages, there are approximately 40 autoimmune diseases. Should your immune system be compromised, your body can't protect itself properly. Does anyone remember the hepatitis outbreak in children last year? 6 different types of hepatitis are listed in these 9 pages. Not being talked about is shingles, also called herpes zoster. I know 5 people that got shingles. 2 of them are in their 20s, and doctors said it was because of stress. One was 20 years old and in the hospital for 3 days. The doctors have not been given this information. This normally occurs in people over the age of 50. There are over 50 types of herpes in these 9 pages. To find this in the full document, go to www.phmpt.org, click on Documents, type in the search bar 5.3.6. For the adverse reactions, go to pages 30 to 38. Please note these are only the side effects known as of February 28, 2021. The CDC had to be sued twice for their own vSafe data. Out of approximately 10 million vSafe users, over 7.7% had a health event requiring a medical emergency, and another 25%, 1.2 million, were unable to perform normal activities. Moderna also had to be sued to release their data. The data is expected to be released in July 2023. I believe it is important that the school board superintendent, and especially parents, are aware that the Virginia Department of Health still has not decided on whether the COVID-19 injection will be put on the childhood schedule. We may not know until mid or late July. It is important that our community leaders keep people informed, being that the media is not giving the information. If by chance is left up to the localities, the superintendent and school board need to reject the vaccination as mandatory for students, faculty, and staff. I'm a strong supporter of informed consent, and I hope this school board will help educate parents on this information. Again, our government and media are not educating the public, so it is left up to we the people. I have some information here if anyone would like, and I would like to please have this put on record. Thank you all for allowing me to speak.
That's it, Chair Colick.
And that's both non-agenda items as well. Very good. Next, we'll have the report from the student liaison. Samantha?
Okay, so Smithfield High School, we're doing pretty well. This week we've had all of our senior nights done for spring sports, so that includes soccer, baseball, softball, all the sports, and they went really well. I got the chance to attend the baseball and softball ones, and it was great. Our engineering class, they are about to go to Colorado. They have a tournament, and they're doing very well. They're amazing, so smart. Our chorus is in New York City right now, along with Mr. Cunningham's son, Donnie. So they're performing in New York City, which is awesome. And then our prom is this Saturday, so that's really exciting. But that's all we have going on.
Very good. Congratulations, and thank you. Now, you'll be with us next month, and that would be your last meeting with us? No? You're a junior. Oh, we get you for a whole other year. Very good. Okay. Okay, next we'll go into the presentations by the superintendent staff, and we will start with Mrs. Harris and Sullivan. They will review the health insurance rates for next year.
Good evening. Yes, you'll see on the attachment that you have the health insurance rates for next year. Before we go into the financial piece of it, open enrollment for our employees that are eligible for health insurance is May 22nd through June 9th. So employees will go through the process of meeting with doing group briefings and also meeting one-on-one with benefits counselors to make sure that they elect the health insurance that is the best fit for them and their family's needs. Just a couple of notes about our health insurance. We did not make any changes to the medical plans that are coming up this year from those that we had last year. We are staying with Anthem for our for our medical health insurance. We did unbundle our dental and vision insurance that used to be bundled with our medical, and that's simply to provide more opportunities for options to our employees. But the rates of those did not change unless you select the standalone vision, because that does give much more offerings for vision insurance compared to our previous plan, which only allowed for one free visit to the eye doctor each year. This is a much more robust vision insurance for our employees. The employer rates have increased, as you can see. However, in this model that we have presented to you, we have chosen not to pass any increase onto our employees. The only increase employees will see again is if they choose that vision insurance. But the employer is going to pick up the increase to the rates this year. Ms. Harris?
Yes. And just to conclude on that portion, so the employer, our side, will be picking up the increase so that our employees will not have to deal with that burden this year. And the amount, it's going to be a 12% increase compared to last year's amount. So we're looking at roughly about $750,000, and we will take care of that through our reserves that we have already on hand.
This is an action item for you to approve tonight. If you have any questions, please, we're happy to answer.
Does anybody have any questions? Okay. Well, the chair is willing to entertain a motion.
I'm sorry. Mr. Chair, I would like to make a motion to approve the attached health insurance.
Can I get on the insurance?
Can you hear me?
Yes, now.
You're giving the health insurance right now. Mr. Chair, I would like to make a motion to approve the attached health insurance rates and corresponding plans for the 2023-2024 school year.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? There is no discussion. The clerk will take the vote. Thanks. Okay, it passed. Looks like 4 yeas. Next, Ms. Harris will present the salary and payroll calendar for approval.
Yes, before you, you have the teacher pay scale as well as the admin and support pay scales for FY24. The teacher scales, we have adjusted those to for FY24. The admin support scales have remained the same, but nevertheless, all current employees will be receiving a 5% salary increase that will be effective in the next fiscal year. And then also behind, I believe, is the payroll calendar attached as well. Yeah. So we want to provide that information so that all of our employees will also have that and keep that in mind as to how we're moving forward for this new fiscal year. And if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer at this time.
Ms. Tynes.
I have a question. I knew about, I think it was last year, maybe year before last as well, we were in the increase for our staff. We were hoping to eventually get the beginning teacher salary to maybe about 50. As I was looking over this report, was still, what is it, about 48?
First-year teacher with a
Right.
bachelor's degree is at 49.
Okay, 49. I wanted to ask the question if we were still on schedule to eventually get the first-year teacher with no experience to about 50? Because we were going to do a gradual, it was going to be a gradual increase for that starting pay.
Yes, I think we've definitely made movement to that over the last couple of years. We had a 5% increase last year, a 5% this year. So depending on the actions of the board next year, we're well within that range of working our way towards that within the next year or two. I will say we do give a supplement of $2,750,000 for those who hold a master's degree,
Right.
and so many of our teachers are coming to us with that master's with 0 years of experience, which does get them over that $50,000. But yes, I'm all for, an increase in that pay as well.
Yeah, I understand about the supplemental for their extra degrees. I was just hoping eventually we could get it there to at least 50, even if not further, because, they are coming to us as professionals, as you all know, and just trying to do the basic things in life, purchase the basic things in life. Their income right now, I know is not going to do it, okay?
Absolutely, I agree. We'd love to get it to that point. And in doing so, we just have to be careful with the compression of the salary
Right.
scales to make sure that there is a gradual increase to reward that experience too.
Well, well, I was really thinking about, not just thinking about the beginning teachers, I was thinking about the entire salary scale, but at least get the beginning teachers somewhere. If they would like to live in Isle of Wight County, they would have that option. Right now, they do not have an option to live here if they want to, unless they're living with someone, parents, or, and that's how it was 30 years ago.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, Dr. Kramer.
I want to thank you for that comment, Mrs. Tynes. I think it's important that we keep our eyes on our salary scale. One, because as you stated, I think it's the appropriate thing to do to properly compensate our employees, but also to be competitive. And to recruit teachers, we are in a very competitive area, and if we're not continuing to increase our salaries, we are going to lose that competitive edge. So thank you for bringing that point forward.
But I would like to thank staff. I just asked a question. I just wanted to make sure we were still going in that direction.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. But thank you for everything you have done. Thank you.
Okay, yes, the chair is ready to entertain a motion.
All right, Mr. Chair, I would like to make a motion. Just turn it on. Excuse me, Mr. Chair, I would like to make a motion to approve the proposed pay scales and payroll calendar as presented pending Board of Supervisors approval of the school board proposed budget.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? There is no discussion. Clerk will conduct a vote. Okay, and that's 4 yeas. Okay, next, Mrs. Getz will review the recommended tuition rate for the 2023-24 school year.
Good evening. Our recommendation is that we remain the same for our tuition students for next year. And these are our students who do not live in Isle of Wight County but apply to come here. So they are tuition-based students. We have 19 of them currently, and our recommendation is to keep the tuition rate the same for next year. This is an action item.
Mrs.
I
Tynes.
have a question, Mrs. Getz. I don't have a problem with that, but I just wanted to know the reason why you would like to keep it the same. That way the public can hear it.
We did increase it last year, and for many years it had remained the same, but with the increase last year, we felt like it was sufficient to not increase again this year.
Okay, thank you. Nothing?
Any more questions? No more questions? Well, the chair is willing to entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve the tuition rate of $5,216 per student for all students attending Isle of Wight County Schools who do not live within the county, in accordance with the provisions of Section 22.1-5 of the Code of Virginia.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? There is no discussion. The clerk will conduct a vote. And we have 4 yeas. Next, we will have reports from the superintendent's staff. And we will start off with the monthly financial reports. And Dr. Coleman and Mrs. Harris will answer any questions that the board may have.
Yes, before you have the financial budget report for the period of April 2023. If you have any questions, we can answer them at this time.
Are there any questions? I think you got all my questions this afternoon.
Thank you.
Okay, if there's no questions, then the chair is willing to take motion, or is this, nope, this is not for a vote. This is just information. So we'll go to support services. Mr. Christensen will present an update. This is easy when there's no vote.
Good evening, Chairman, members of the board, Dr. Kramer. You have the support services update in front of you. It should contain the fuel numbers for the month of April, and we did make sure to include the consumption numbers that you had requested, Board Chair, so you can see the not only the amount we're spending, but also the amount we're using year over year. And then you should also have the work order report similar to last month and the month before, which shows you a summary of the open and closed work orders as well. Happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Does anybody have any questions?
Nope.
Thank you.
Thank you. And next, we're going to have an update on the new Hardy School. Mr. Chris Bilbo, Con Construction Project Manager, Mr. Bill Cram, Con Construction Executive Vice President, will update the board on the construction of the new Hardy Elementary School. Welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you. There we go. And Mr. Chairman, school board members, Dr. Kramer, today I want to not only present a status of new Hardy, but to give you an update and opportunity to meet the gentlemen that have been in the trenches of this project. These two gentlemen have been asked to give a brief overview of several hurdles that were encountered and also the saving grace of this entire project, which was actually the GMP. This project has been kept on budget and have conquered several hurdles. Please welcome Mr. Bill Cram, Executive Vice President of MB-Con, and Mr. Chris Bilbo, Project Director of New Hardy Project. Go right here.
Great. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Dr. Kramer, members of the board. It's a pleasure to be here. I want to start out first by thanking you for allowing us to be your partner on this project. It's been an exciting project. I know the chairman was out there today. I don't know if you had a chance to visit it recently, but it is really coming together nicely. It's going to be a beautiful facility, but more importantly, it's going to be a tremendous educational facility for the students of Isle of Wight County Schools. As Dr. Coleman mentioned, we've had just a few issues along the way. My running joke these days is 5 years ago, I thought supply chain logistics was a great name for a high school course. And now, as Mr. Bilbo can attest, it is our daily nightmare. I won't bore you with all the details. I will just tell this story. The kind of things you can't make up. Last November, the major mechanical units were supposed to be delivered to the site. About 2 weeks before delivery, we got one of those. We have some good news and some bad news for you about the units. The good news was they were going to be delivered in November. The bad news was they changed it from November of 22 to November of 23. Through the partnership we've achieved working with the administration and the design firm, we quickly pivoted, found an alternate manufacturer that could deliver the units sooner. In fact, the first 2 units were delivered this week. Now, here's the part you can't make up. The first unit was supposed to be delivered last Friday coming in from Texas. What was the name of the street it made it to?
It made it to J. Clyde Morris Boulevard and fell off a truck.
Unit fell off the truck, made it all the way from Texas. They loaded it back on the truck, took it back to Texas. It's a total loss. They are having to replace the unit. All that said, I'm using this as an example of how our team, again, working in partnership, has overcome obstacle after obstacle. We have rearranged the schedule. We're doing some things not in the sequence we normally would. It's not impacting the quality. It's not impacting anything about the school other than allowing us to get it ready for your students to come in September. We're continuing on a daily basis to make changes and make sure we're getting things done, but happy to report to you. We had hoped that it would be ready right now for you to start moving into. It's not, but it will be ready. And also, we've already conveyed to Dr. Coleman and Dr. Kramer that we will provide whatever assistance is needed to help your teachers and staff get settled in the new school. With that, I think I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
I have one.
No questions?
I have a question.
Oh, Mrs. Tynes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Cramp and Mr. Bilbo. Okay. Hardy Elementary is dear to me, my heart. I was a student at the old Hardy Elementary back in the 60s. I started in 1964 in first grade. So, and I grew up in the community. So just looking to see this in that community to us is like something major. Like you, I guess you all are used to doing large buildings, but this is like, for us, it's like, I guess you would see the Taj Mahal, okay? And I was talking to Mrs. Denson the other day, and I asked her, I says, everything is still on schedule for us to open in September? She said, yes, ma'am, but I don't know if we're gonna have our bus circle and all of those things in there. I said, look, will the instructional part be ready for September? Okay, if necessary, we can get the buses there 3 at a time. We'll get students there, okay? But it's important that, because the board here and staff, we pretty much promised the parents that the students will be able to enter when they start school in September. And I know things will happen, like the J. Clyde Morris incident. But I would like to thank you all for everything you are doing. And especially when you started the building of that school, it was right after we were coming out of a pandemic. Hard to get anything, and I'm still having some issues. I have some things, appliances on back order, furniture as well. So I understand you all trying to do a big school here, but thank you for what you're trying to do. And if you can, please keep it on schedule so we can start the instructional piece in September, okay?
Absolutely, ma'am. Thank you for the comments, and we are committed to making that happen. We were out there this afternoon. I met with our 3 superintendents, and we are working diligently every day to make sure that this happens.
And we have also been fortunate to have good weather. No snow days this year.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not so good weather at the start of the project a year ago. I might remind you that.
We had a little rain, but we've been known to have some really bad weather here, snow and ice in this area. So we have been fortunate there. And so, thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I just wish to thank Mr. Cram and Bilbo. You've been wonderful partners since my arrival. You've been very responsive. As a matter of fact, he came up early this week, even prior to this evening, to meet with Dr. Coleman and with myself. So thank you, gentlemen, for all that you're doing. And we know that you're working feverishly to get the school open on time. And I know that that's a logistical nightmare, but thanks for what you're doing.
Sure. You're welcome. Thank you.
And one more thing. I was on the board when we built the last school in the county, which was Georgia Tyler in Windsor. And I'm sitting here some days while I was in a meeting, how come we don't have any change orders? Thank you. The last time we had change orders just about every meeting. I have not had any for this one. I think it was just one that came, and that was with utilities. I don't think it had anything to do with you all. It was utilities, something with some utilities.
No, ma'am. The utilities wasn't an actual change order,
Okay.
but I understand exactly what you're saying. It was a unplanned, unforeseen cause due to the fact of where the lines and everything were going in. But
Okay.
It wasn't a change order. All change orders was covered under the GMP.
Well, thank you for your professionalism. You don't have to.
I think the change order you're talking about was actually due to the water tower.
Right, that's
and
it.
what
Mhm.
Isle of Wight Utilities wanted to
Right.
shift a line.
Right.
It wasn't actually part of the school.
But I haven't gotten any with the schools. We had them every month with the schools, like a list of them. Okay.
And part of that is due to the way this project was put together as a GMP instead of a hard bid.
I got
It's more of a teamwork process, and we plan for things up front.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, thank you very much, and I appreciate hospitality this morning. That was a great visit out there to see all you men working and to see what the school looks like. That's probably the biggest school that I have been in my life. It is beautiful. Yep.
And just a couple of pictures. I have the not Promethean boards, the floors, terrazzo floors are being input on the main hall.
They
not
are
Promethean
looking
boards.
nice.
This is one of the classrooms here. Some of the furniture and the cabinets being moved in and input into the school. Once again, a picture of some of the cabinets. I forgot what hall this is on, maybe the third grade hall. And this is just this morning, before we took the walk. Are there any questions?
I haven't been up there to bother you all because I don't want to get in the way, okay?
Yes,
I
ma'am.
told Dr. Coleman, I said, I went in, was it December we went in to tour the school?
Yes, ma'am.
And I said, when I come back is when they turn the keys over to the superintendent. And that's what I plan to do, because whenever we come up there, it takes time from your staff. I know how that works. Same thing in the school district. You go visit these teachers' classroom, it's a distraction, major. Thank you.
I'd just like to extend an invitation to any of you. If you would like to visit, please feel free to reach out to us, and we'll be glad to take you on a tour. It's an exciting time to be out there. It's going to be a beautiful facility, and we're honored to be your partner.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Have a safe ride home.
Thank you. Good night.
All right, next. Okay, next, Mr. Christensen will provide the board with the committee's recommendation for the intent to award the food services contract, and this is for information.
Yes, good evening again. So we'll start off with an update to the food service RFP, request for proposal. So we are in the stage now where the committee has reviewed the proposals and has decided to issue an intent to award. The intent to award is going to be for Aramark. So where we are now in that stage is that we will negotiate contracts with Aramark with consultation from our attorneys. That will then go to VDOE for approval of the contract, and then next month's meeting we will bring the board a finalized contract to, which will be an action item to be approved and signed at that time. And as you mentioned, Mr. Chair, this is for information only. Mm-hmm. And if I might, I do want to just kind of say a few things here. The food service is a very unique department, and specifically in its labor force, it's a split. So we have Isle of Wight County employees, and then we have employees of the contracted food service provider. And the reason I mention that is because I want to make sure that all of the Isle of Wight County employees understand that moving into a contract with another company It may bring up some sort of natural anxiety. What does that mean for us? And the shorter answer is, in terms of the contracts with Isle of Wight County, it doesn't mean anything. The contracts are going to be handled in the exact same way, whether we are with company A, B, or C. Our Isle of Wight County employees will be offered contracts the same way as they would any other company we went with. So I want to make sure that they are all clear on that. Now, there will be a transition process. We are already in discussions with Aramark. Well, they will come in, have discussions with the entire food service department, make sure they are clear on their options for employment. If we have individuals who are employed with Isle of Wight County Schools who say, hey, Aramark's got some great benefits, whatever benefits, we're going to support our employees with those decisions, and we're going to help them navigate that process. And similarly, if we have individuals who are currently working with Chartwells, who we're going to give them the opportunity to meet with Aramark. And if they choose to, because we have individuals in our food service department who may live across the street and say, well, I want to remain here in the county, and we're going to help them to have those conversations and make sure that we do everything we can to maintain our workforce in that capacity. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody understood that publicly, and I'll actually be sending out a letter tomorrow to all the food service employees to kind of help continue that conversation.
Very good. Thank you. Does anybody have any questions? Okay. Next, Mr. Christensen will provide the board with the committee's recommendation for the intent to award the grounds maintenance contract.
So the grounds contracts, we are in a very similar stage. These kind of all happened at the exact same time. So that's why you're seeing multiple come up at this time of the year. Grounds, we had the similar RFP was developed and proposals were submitted. Those proposals were scored by the evaluation committee, and we are moving forward tonight with another informational intent to award, and that is for a company called ABM. So we will now enter the negotiation stage with them, so that we can make sure that all of our needs are being met as a county, and we will have our back and forth with the contract negotiations, and then if all goes according to plan, and I have no reason to believe it will not, we will bring another contract forward to you all next month to be effective July 1st. And that is a different labor structure in that all of those employees are employed by our current contractor, but we are going to make sure that we facilitate the conversations with ABM to make sure that our grounds employees understand their options in terms of if they choose to continue to work with ABM in that capacity. If they're members of the community, we want to make sure that we work with them and that they know all of their options. And if I may, so that we just within the past few days after the agenda was already finalized, have another request for proposal that was scored, and so we do have the intent to award. It's not attached to the agenda, but I have a call set up with the state tomorrow morning to post it to EVA as well as to our website. So I'm just going to go ahead and inform the board now. That's with the custodial and maintenance RFP that was put out, and the committee has decided to issue an intent to award also to ABM. They do those as well, which just sort of adds some layers and depth to the contract negotiations now that will take place with them. So we've got a lot of conversations to have with myself and Dr. Coleman and their team to make sure that we negotiate a contract that's going to meet the needs of our employees and our schools, and again, bring that contract to the board next month to be executed effective July 1st. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you all may have at this time.
No, it doesn't look like anybody has any. Thank you, Mr. Christensen.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
And next, Mrs. Stacy Rogers and Ms. Tiffany Truitt will present the annual gifted update.
Good evening, Chair Collick, school board members, and Dr. Kramer. Ms. Truitt and I are going to give you an update for our gifted program this evening. First off, we want to talk about our enrollment numbers, starting off with our governor's school that were talked about previously this evening. We have 24 students who attend the Governor's School for the Arts and 21 at GSST, the School for Science and Technology. Currently, we are serving 513 students in first and second grade. Our gifted teachers push into those classrooms and do some scientific investigation lessons to promote talent development in our youngest grades. And we have, of those K-2 students, we have 28 who are currently identified as gifted. And in third through fifth grade, we have 83 students identified. And then our middle school grades, 6 through 8, we have 133 students who are identified. And our middle school students are serviced through a pull-out program where they receive 90 minutes of instruction each week and they work on a community-based project learning. This year, we have had 128 students referred to the program. And so far, we have 84 students who've been found eligible, bringing our total K-12 identified at 414 students. Each year, we also do a screening for all students in second grade and all students in fifth grade. And you can see the numbers of students that we screened. And then based on that screening, it's the COGAT. And if they score at the 89th percentile or higher, they are referred for further testing. So from that screening this year, we have 31 second graders who will be doing some further testing and 32 fifth graders who will be undergoing some further testing as well.
As evident by the earlier presentations tonight, we have wonderful relationships with both the Governor's Schools for the Arts, which serves 24 of our students currently, and the Governor's School for Science and Technology, which we currently have 21 students enrolled. In addition to that, we actually host the Tidewater Regional Summer School at GTMS, and that serves students from the Tidewater area in grades 3 through 6 who are identified as gifted. Priority is given to those students who have not attended in the past, and they get to have 8 days where they explore many different real-world topics, problem solve with like-minded peers, and we have 14 slots open to IWCS students this summer. We currently offer 14 different AP courses here in Isle of Wight. And we have 291 students who are enrolled in at least one AP course. And that's just sort of a breakdown of the different courses that we offer. We, of course, are exploring options of adding more. And finally, dual enrollment. As you heard our GSST students speak, dual enrollment is very important to our kids. They want to get that college credit. They want access to rigorous instruction. And our students who are enrolled in GSST do have the opportunity to participate in over 12 DE courses. But I also like to emphasize that here in Isle of Wight County, we offer 11 courses ourselves. And I know that Dr. Kale and Ms. Sullivan are working diligently to make sure that our teachers are certified to teach DE courses so that we can increase our offerings.
Some accomplishments from this school year. We had 2 students apply and be accepted into the Camp Launch program for this summer. It's a residential program over the summer where students go and they get to do lots of in-depth work. We have an additional 2 students who are accepted to GSA. We are working on improving our gifted and APDE. It's part of the focus of the academic rigor group that Ms. True and I have been working on. We've added DE literature, and then we have students here in Ms. Cardos's Math Plus class right here at Westside. They competed in the Fermi Challenge. It's the Fermi Math Challenge has problems that involve making estimates and using mathematics to answer questions. They might be asked, back of an envelope calculations. They don't have clear-cut answers, so they have to find unique ways, out-of-the-box ways to answer those questions. And Ms. Cardos's had one 5th grade team that came in 3rd place. They competed against 20 other 3 teams from across the United States. And she had 4th grade teams that came in 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place, competing against 14 other teams across the United States. And in order to compete in this competition, they raised funds through a math-a-thon where family and friends gave them money based on how many
fast facts they could answer in a minute. So, any questions?
Yes, I have a question. I sit up here monthly with the other board members, and we see some of our students come up from the different schools, buildings in the county. And I'm going to just put it out there. Our students are very intelligent, and I'm going to brag on them. We have very intelligent students here in Wight County. I would like to see them challenged a little more. And I know that the regular classroom teachers are challenging them. And I think with that challenge, maybe we should see the an enrollment go up in the gifted program. And if the enrollment go up, there's a possibility we could have a full-time program where they will be in that class all day. And that's what I'm thinking. Another thing you all mentioned about the graduation, the dual program. For the last, I think the last 2 or 3 years I've been here, and I have not seen any students come forth graduating from that dual program. And I think prior to that, when I was on the board before, we had a program with Virginia State. So I was wondering if what's going on. If they start in 9th grade taking these classes, I'm waiting to have someone to come to graduate and say, hey, they're graduating with an associate's degree. And because Wight County has been investing in that program for quite a few years now.
Absolutely. So that is certainly the goal of our department and Dr. Kell as well. She's been working very diligently on that. We had plans before the pandemic hit in helping support our teachers receive their masters, because to teach a DE class, you have to have a master's in that content area. Many of our teachers have masters, but it's in education. So for example, to teach a DE history class, you have to have a master's in history. So it's not necessarily always what our teachers come with. And so Dr. Kale and HR were working with getting teachers some financial assistance with being able to receive their masters. That kind of got put on pause with the pandemic, and so now we're working towards that now. So we have to achieve what's called a passport, which there's a certain amount of history courses you have to offer, math, science, and so, and Dr. Kale can speak more to it, but we're relatively close to being able to offer that passport option to our students.
May I ask one more question? Have we had any students, maybe some, slipped by, have we had any students to graduate with an associate's degree?
No, and Ms. Trent, if I could just add, in districts where that is occurring with frequency, those courses are usually subbed out to the local community college. Okay. So for example, those students are going to camp either at night or in the summer, or their parents are paying additional tuition. So whereas we are using our own instructors and it's done during the school day. So it's a little bit different model.
Well, I understand that. We used to have that model here because we had the students for Virginia State. The state gave Virginia State University a grant to do it here in Wight County. And we do have camp, community college right here in our county because we have the Smithfield campus. And the students on the other end could probably, reach out to the Franklin campus. So I think maybe we should, they have new leadership now at camp. And I know Dr. Kramer has been, working along with Dr. McCrae.
Dr. McCrae, yes.
And maybe we can work on something in the future, because I would love to see some of our students graduating, if it's nothing else but a certificate to go forth. Start out with certificates and then eventually, maybe get their associate's degree. Because we have invested, the county here we have invested in the students. And it would be nice to see some of them. I'm looking at all these high schools around us and the kids graduating with, they have Smithfield High, Windsor High, and they might have some college draped around them the same day. I would love to see that college president up here presenting them with associate's degrees.
We're certainly in the same line of thinking.
Okay.
But we are trying to make sure that it's feasible for all students who have the ability to achieve in that way. And when you start going to the other model that's a substantial cost burden. And then there's also a financial aid impact when they go onto a four-year school. So we have to be really careful to balance that out. But we are working with Dr. Brady Atkins, who is Dr. McCrae's right hand when it comes to instruction. And we also work with Dr. McCrae closely to try to make sure we have adequate staffing to do what we can do for our kids. So we're working on it. We're with you.
And I understand the state tells us who we have to work with because camp is zoned for Isle of Wight County. They can't go across the bridge to another school. I understand that. Okay.
But I do want to say,
unless the parents do it on their own.
sorry for cutting you off, do want to say, as Dr. Kell stated, we are, and as you mentioned as well, we are working with Dr. McCrae, who was recently inaugurated actually as the new president at Camp Community College. So Dr. McCrae, Dr. Kell and I have had conversations about dual enrollment. So as Dr. Kell mentioned, there's a cost, and we'll have to consider that as well. But we are certainly having those conversations.
Thank you all.
Okay, folks, we're going to take a 5-minute recess. 8 o'clock. Yes. Okay, next on the agenda, Mrs. Susan Getz will provide the instructional update. Mrs. Getz.
Turn it on. Thank you. Mr. Chair, members of the board, Dr. Kramer, I'm very excited tonight to share an update with you about our progress and our initiatives that we have put in place since returning from the pandemic up through this year. So these are not brand new things that we just created a plan for. These are things that we have been doing, and we continually to revise it as we go. And so I would like to say that while I'm the one up here presenting tonight, I have a fabulous group of educators who I work with, my instructional team. They are behind all of this, and I'm very privileged to work with such a fine group of professionals. All right. So let's talk about learning loss. I think that's kind of thrown around a lot, and so I wanted to start by talking about exactly what is learning loss. And it means the loss of academic knowledge or skills previously acquired, or a pause in academic advancement, most commonly due to extended time away from school or in-person instruction. And so when we talk about the pandemic and the learning loss, those students went home in March, so they did not have the opportunity to gain additional knowledge. And so, I'm sorry, Dr. Kramer, yes? Okay. Thank you, Dr. Kramer. Students' learning progress slowed down substantially, as we know, and on average, children lost out about 1/3 of what they would have usually learned during a normal school year. So that's very significant. And if we look at student performance improvement, if it follows historical pre-pandemic trends, it could really take decades, years for students to fully catch up from what they lost previously. All right, so research shows that math scores were affected more than reading skills. All students were affected, but not all students were affected equally. Students in poverty had a bigger loss, and students who were struggling the most before the pandemic, those students were affected by far the worst out of any students, which is not surprising. So let's take a deeper look into how do we compare to other school divisions in Virginia. And for this, we're using a couple of data points. And we chose the data points that we did, which is SOL data and PALS data, because those are two types of assessments that every school division in Virginia take. While we do use other assessments, these two, every student in Virginia does. And so when we look at SOL data from 2002, so last spring, let's take a look at this chart. So out of the 132 school divisions in Virginia, the number of divisions that had a greater learning loss than Wight County. So if you look at that, in reading, 104 divisions had a greater learning loss than we did. In math, 108 school divisions had a greater learning loss. History and science, 103 school divisions. History and social sciences, 109, and writing, 109. So 109 school divisions had a greater learning loss than we did, and that's out of 132 divisions. Okay, the next chart, these are the school divisions that had the same learning loss as we did. So the number would be 11 in reading, math 6, 5 in science, history 5 in writing. So they had the same amount of learning loss. And these are the divisions that had smaller learning loss than we did. So 16 in reading, 17 math, 23 in science, 17 in history, 17 in writing. So while, yes, do we have things that we need to improve upon? Absolutely. But when you look at across the state with 132 divisions, we're looking pretty good. We fared well. And now just to illustrate this, I wanted to take a deeper look at this. So all of those little dots that you see are school divisions. We are the one in red with the big old arrow pointing to it. And this represents where we fall compared to other school divisions with reading scores. And just to clarify, where we want to be is you want to be in the upper right quadrant. And as you see, we are. And so all of those other divisions below and behind us, they did not perform as well. So we are in that upper right quadrant for reading. Moving on to math, again, we are in a good position for math compared to all of the other divisions in Virginia. Science, again, we are in the upper right quadrant. History, same, upper right quadrant, just where we want to be. And writing, same. Now again, not saying we're perfect, there is room for improvement, but when all things considering, Isle of Wight, our teachers in Isle of Wight, our students in Isle of Wight are doing very well. All right, let's take a look at PALS data. And this is something that is a good comparison because every student in Virginia, K2, they take the PALS test. So let's dive a little bit deeper into PALS. So let's talk about what is PALS. Well, it's a phonological awareness literacy screening. It's used to identify students at risk of reading difficulties. These assessments are designed to measure students' knowledge of important literacy fundamentals and can be used to provide teachers with information to help guide their teaching. And as you all are aware, early literacy screening is key to providing effective literacy instruction and preventing future reading problems. And so PALS is kind of the, it's the gold standard. It was developed by UVA. It's given in all of our school divisions, and it is actually given in most states throughout the country. So like I said, it's the gold standard in literacy assessment. So let's take a look at our this is kindergarten, so kindergarten PALS, and the data goes from spring of 2018 to spring last year. We have not given the PALS for this year, so I can't provide that for you, but I will in the future. But this is just to give you an idea of where did we fall when school ended last year. So if you look, starting with the left-hand side, we are, the blue is Virginia, and green is Isle of Wight. These are the percentage of students who are ID'd as not meeting the benchmark. So PALS has a benchmark. If you do not meet that benchmark, you are ID'd as needing intervention services. So in this case, you want to have a low bar, a small bar, a short bar. A short bar is good, okay? So if you look at all of those, considering where we were, so kind of look at 2018, where we were, 2019, went way up in 2021, which is not a huge surprise, but look where we came at the end of last year. So that's what we did for our kindergarten students last year according to PALS. And let me just mention this, if you do not meet the benchmark, what that means is you are required to get intervention services. So that's 30 minutes daily with an intervention specialist in reading. And so that's something that we've been doing and we continue to do for those students not meeting the benchmark. Okay, so let's move on to first grade. So now first grade, the picture is not quite as good. We are slightly above where the state average is for percentage ID'd. Not far, but slightly above. And you can see we did come down a bit from where we were in 2021. And you know, we talk a lot about what is it about first grade? And first grade, it's very heavy on phonics. And so it is an awful lot for students to learn and to master in first grade. So it is a challenge. It's a challenge for every division. It's one area that we continually work on. How do we improve first grade instruction? Also, you tend to ID more because the test from the fall to the spring is it measures different. So more kids do tend to get ID'd in the spring. But this is an area that we are continuing to work on and shore up to make sure we're doing a better job. Second grade, let's take a look at that. So for second grade, again, if you look at 2021, We had a lot of students not meeting the benchmark compared to where they were last year. We are down to pre-pandemic levels for our second graders. So our teachers have worked extremely hard in the past couple years to bring those percent IDs down. And so then just a quick snapshot of it all together. Us compared to the state, and as I said, first grade is the area where we're slightly above, but the other two were significantly below. All right, we're going to move on to SOL data. And this is last spring, or actually last school year. And this is what I have to share because we don't have current data yet. We are in the midst of testing season, and so we do not have results. We have many students left to test, actually starting next week and going through the end of the school year. So that data will be coming, but I just wanted to briefly touch on it just to give you an idea of where we are. And so these pass rates, these are going to be the results that you see if you go to VDOE and you look at the school quality profile. These are the test results that you're going to see. And so again, in blue is the state average pass rate, the green is Isle of Wight, and we're just looking at reading scores in 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade where we have exceeded what the state average is. Moving on to math scores, same thing, we are exceeding the state average pass rate. Middle school. So in middle school, the story's not quite as bright. We have a couple of areas where we have to focus on, and we'll talk about that later. But clearly, middle school writing, math, science, those are areas that require our attention. We kind of look at where some of those students were before we left on for the pandemic, and they were upper elementary to just going into middle school, and so they really have had a significant loss there. All right, I would like to talk about the combined rates because these are the scores that we receive accreditation on. So accreditation is not based on the scores I just showed you. Accreditation is based on these scores right here. And this is important because in yellow, you see the growth. So our students take growth assessments in the fall, in the spring. And so when we can show that students improved from when they first took the growth test until the SOL test, we get credit for that because they have grown. So wherever they started from, with our instruction, we were able to improve their outcomes. So for this, last year, you can see where our combined rates were when you factor in growth. And again, this is what accreditation is based on. Now, last year, we were able to use fall growth compared to spring SOL score. We just found out a few weeks ago that is not the case this year. They've changed it. We will only be able to compare last year's SOL to this year's SOL if you improve and you go to the next band, which this kind of gets complicated, but the scores are broken up into bands, then you get credit for growth. So again, if our students improve from where they started, then we do get credit for it on this combined rate. Okay, so these are our English, and if you take a look at the top in black, those are our combined score rates for English. Let's take a look at math. And again, when you look at these, you're like, we're doing very well with our students, and they are growing. Even if they still have deficiencies, they're definitely making progress. So take a look at our high school. And again, state is on the left in blue, and we are in green. It's a little bit, let me just clarify a little bit, in math, science, and history, the state doesn't really provide us with just high school scores. It is total math scores, total science, total history. Just wanted to point that out. The scores in green are our high school pass percentages. So again, a few little areas to work on, but we're doing pretty well. Our graduation completion index, we're just fine here. Benchmark is 88, we're doing well. Okay, so areas of need. So when we look at our SOL scores from last year, when we look at PALS from last year, and we look at our current progress where we're monitoring every month, these are areas that are kind of standing out to us that we know these are some areas that we're going to have to work on and we have some concern with. First grade reading, which I already talked about. We see some concern with third and fourth grade reading in some of our assessments that we're doing. And when you think about where those kids were in 2020, it stands to reason. Kindergarten, first graders, those are kids that were very, very impacted by the pandemic and really learning phonics and how to read. So not surprising there, still some areas that we need to work on. Middle school is a huge area of focus. Math, science, and writing all need our attention. And in high school biology, in some aspects, we're seeing some concerns there. So that's another area that we're trying to give our attention to. I will say that things that are really impacting what we're seeing with student academic progress, absenteeism. It is still a huge hurdle. Kids have not returned to pre-pandemic attendance levels. They're out a lot, they stay out a lot, and we're seeing it across the board. And it's something we're really fighting against, but kids aren't coming to school like they were. And that's not new for us. You look at the research across the country, it's the same. Okay, so what are we doing? And I would like to hit on these things that, we're doing a lot of different things to address learning loss and trying to improve students' academic outcomes. These are things that we started when we returned from the pandemic, ongoing, and things that we've put in place even up to as recently as this school year. But these are not things that, oh my gosh, here's our plan that we're getting ready to do. No, these have been ongoing since we've returned from the pandemic. So let's talk a little bit about personnel. We did hire an elementary math science coordinator. Prior to that, we had one coordinator who did K-12 math and science. Yep, that's a lot. And we need to have more specialized focus on those two areas, secondary versus elementary. So this year is the first year that we have our elementary, and you just met her, Miss Rogers, who set up here to give the gifted presentation. She is our elementary math science coordinator. We also implemented school testing facilitators, and this really goes to the social, social learning of our students where their emotional health is at risk. Guidance counselors told us they were spending so much time testing, as I think you probably remember from last year. They couldn't really focus on working with students. And in fact, we met with our counselors last week. We brought all of our counselors together and just kind of, how are things going? And they were so very appreciative of the time that they have gotten back to work individually with students and in small groups with students to do group counseling. They just could not say enough about what they feel like this has done for our students. So I wanted to share that. We also added additional reading interventionists at Carrollton, Hardy, and Windsor Elementary. So if you remember back to when I said PALS, if you're ID'd as not meeting the benchmark, we put you in reading intervention. We added additional reading interventionists so we could serve more students. The primary instructional assistants, as you said, K2IAs is kind of what we've called them. We put those in place, and thankfully the Board of Supervisors saw that as a good thing, and they're allowing us to keep those. And so that's something we're very happy to continue because we've trained all those folks, and they'll be able to keep doing what they've been doing. We also did content leads, and we paid these folks stipends to lead each subject and grade level. And so we brought them together over the summer, even in the fall of this year, and ongoing. They helped us to revise the Hampton curriculum pacing. So, when we talk to teachers about our curriculum, it wasn't that they disliked curriculum, it was that they wanted a different pacing. And so the coordinators have worked really hard to implement a pacing that meets our needs. And so I feel like we've really been able to accomplish that. I'm really proud of that work. With the help of our teachers, we've put together a pacing guide for them. We also identified key resources for all of our teachers to use, and we reviewed and revised common unit assessments and benchmarks. Okay, tutoring. We are offering tutoring at all of our middle through high, elementary, middle school. So elementary, we have before and after school tutoring, and this is really done by our teachers. Come in early, stay late. We pay them to do so. We also are offering in-school tutoring, math and reading. We have individuals that we've hired who come in and they work with individual small groups of students during the school day. Been a huge help. And then if you remember, I think that was last month, I asked you to approve the FEV tutoring, and that's for middle school math. It is one-on-one math tutoring that's done online, and that is currently happening in both of our middle schools right now. Professional development, letters training. This is something I'm very proud of, something that we've done as a division. Letters is the science of reading, and so that's something that you hear a lot now about teaching teachers the science of reading. And we started this right after the pandemic, training all of our first through third graders. So all of our first, second, and third grade teachers have received letters training. All of our special education teachers, elementary and middle, have received letters training. And I feel like this is a huge accomplishment for us and for our teachers to have taken. It is a lot of work to become trained with letters, and our teachers have done that. And again, that makes them better equipped to teach reading to our young students. We also have a lot of other teachers who did it on their own without it being a requirement. Writing Revolution is just a writing strategy that does implement professional development for our teachers, because we know writing in the middle school is something we need to focus on. Well, if you're going to focus in middle school, you got to start in elementary school. So that's part of our plan for that. We also implemented quarterly division-wide content meetings for our folks to come together, talk about vertical planning, what's going well, what do we need to do differently. Again, bringing our teachers together. They are the experts, helping to empower them in what we're teaching. Next, I'm going to talk about instructional programs and strategies. Again, since the pandemic, Waterford Online Phonics. We know phonics is an area that children really missed out on. And let me say, this doesn't take the place of a teacher. There is no program, none, that will take the place of a teacher. These are things that supplement what all of our good teachers are doing. And so they use Waterford as a rotation. When kids are rotating in their small groups, they use Waterford. We use Freckle, which is also another online program. We're using that in our middle schools. Again, it is a supplement to what the teacher's doing. We implemented writing folders so that kids actually, we kind of hold them accountable for what they're doing, for what they are writing. And as I said, we kind of talked about our writing scores. We need to have improvement there. This is part of that strategy. Main idea in summarizing, always something that hits us hard on the SOL, so we're implementing a strategy for that. Zones of regulation strategies. One of the things that we saw when kids returned from the pandemic is they had a hard time regulating themselves. And so we knew, gosh, we need to do something. And so Ms. Magner worked with her team, and she purchased this for our counselors and all of her teachers. They are using these, and we talked to the counselors last week. They're like, we love it, it's great. Teaching kids to better regulate themselves. We revised year-long pacing and curriculum for English 9 and Algebra 1, and this was to allow students more time to master certain concepts, which we've been doing, but we revised it a little bit to really hit those key areas. Restructured English 12 to address learning gaps in order to get them graduated on time. And then we really have emphasized data monitoring from a division level. Previously, a lot of data monitoring was done at the school level, but now our team, myself and my instructional team, we go into buildings, we do what we call data digs, we look at their data, we sit with the administrators, we ask questions, we give actual actionable steps that they need to put in place before we come around the next time. So we're really trying to look at data, give a deep analysis of our data, and help our building administrators put things in place to improve. Small group instruction, it's got to be used, and it's got to be used everywhere. All students are not at the same level, and so this is something that we really have tried to instruct and promote, and honestly, it's something that we're looking at. This has to be the standard. You have to do it at all levels. And then we had, and this is still going on, and we're doing it again next year, but we started installing Promethean boards. Again, this is a very common educational tool to help promote learning, engagement, and so we're going to continue with that for next year as well. So those kind of hit the things that we started as a result of the pandemic and that we're continuing to do, and some are brand new this year. But that's my presentation. I'm going to stop. I said a whole lot there, and give you a chance. Do you have any questions or comments for me?
Mrs. Tynes.
Yes, I have a question. Ms. Getz, when you were on the part about students' absenteeism, I wanted to ask you the question, do you think that is due to maybe illnesses? Because since the pandemic, I know you said we had an increase, and I noticed just listening or even in the media, different school districts, they've been having a lot of absenteeism due to, especially on the elementary level, students been, I guess they were just shut down for 6 months, and now they're all back together. They're coming down with more illnesses. What we call the simple, basic childhood illnesses, colds or whatever, ear infections. And as a matter of fact, just about a week or two ago, I heard a couple of schools actually shutting down in some districts because there was so much illnesses going on.
Yes, Ms. Tynes, you're absolutely correct. We, especially in the fall, we saw a ton of strep and flu. Okay. So I do think that's a result. And we still had a lot of COVID, to be quite honest. But even beyond the illnesses that we can document, we still have a lot of kids absent from school. And so if I can make a plea to any parents listening, that is, we need your kids in school. We know that trying to learn from home or catching up on the computer for what happened in class, it just isn't the same. And so we need kids in school every day.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Okay. I assume that I will have some questions over the next couple of weeks as I digest.
Gladly, Mr. Colick.
Mr. Chair, if I may, first of all, thank you very much, Ms. Getz, for this very thorough and, I think, compelling presentation. My hope is, board members, community members, that we walk away understanding what an amazing school division we have. No credit to me. I don't want to take any credit. I'm just getting here. Many of the data sets we mentioned, these were things that were well underway. But I think as we see with empirical data, empirical evidence, that we are one of the top tier school divisions in the state of Virginia. So if we walk away with nothing else, I hope that you see the compelling data and evidence to substantiate that fact. Now, is there room for improvement? Absolutely, as Mrs. Getz readily acknowledged. So there's room for improvement. There has been learning loss. We are improving in certain areas, so we know we have our work cut out for us and in front of us. But again, it's important that we walk away with understanding what an amazing school division we have. Great students, very talented students, and amazing teachers. Like Mrs. Getz, I had the chance to, certainly I'm in the schools, but just this week I had a chance to join Mrs. Truitt and Mrs. Rogers, Mrs. Provenost, as we worked with one of our schools and visiting our classrooms, which reassured me that we have just amazing teaching and learning occurring in our schools. So again, Mrs. Getz, great job, and I think you have, in a very compelling and transparent way, presented data to show that we are doing a great job in Isle of Wight. Room for improvement, yes, but parents, community members know you should be proud of the school division. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kramer. Thank you, Mrs. Getz.
Yes, thank you.
And next, Dr. Kramer will present his monthly update.
I will. And following these great presentations, I'm a little concerned tonight. Usually I can go, but we've had some great presentations starting with our wonderful students. So thank you. Mr. Cootright is pulling up. There we have it. So I'm going to go through this fairly quickly because some of this is redundant. You've seen some of this before. So I had a chance to, next slide, sir, had a chance to visit both Georgie Tyler Middle School and Smithfield Middle School. Had a chance to visit those students again. Many of the things I share with you, the recommendations and suggestions I often share with you, both in our individual conversations and here at the board meetings, come from these students. I mean, they share with us their thoughts, their recommendations, their ideas, and I certainly convey that to you. Next, you'll see, same meeting, I met with Smithfield Middle at their school, and I promised the students that we would bring along with them Chick-fil-A, so we brought Chick-fil-A, so they appreciated that. Nice. But great meetings with our students. Next, and had a chance to share, colleague, we were 2 weeks ago, I think it was, we had a chance to meet with our Board of Supervisors, and we discussed the work that we're doing with our crisis team. And the crisis team does not just consist of Isle of Wight County Schools personnel, but as you see here, we work with both chiefs, Chief Riddle, Chief Howell from Chief Riddle in Windsor, Chief Howell here in Smithfield, as well as the Sheriff's Office was represented, along with individuals from the Emergency Management Office, Mr. Drury and Mr. Where's Mr. Humphreys, thank you very much, sir. And Mr. Humphreys there, along with our personnel, Mr. Don Robertson. So we meet with them along with Mr. Brinkley and Dr. Coleman on a monthly basis, and they advise us. And additionally, they help us, they're helping us create some of the plans that we are currently working on. Next, you'll see we mentioned Camp Community College. Had a chance to be a part of Dr. McCrae's inauguration at Camp Community College. So Dr. Kale and I are working very closely with them. And at the inauguration, I wasn't aware of this until I got there. Smithfield Middle School's chorus was there, actually performing, and the color guard from Smithfield High School was there as well. So we were well represented at Dr. McCrae's inauguration there in Franklin at Camp Community College. We can sort of move quickly through the next slide. We talked about the Governor's School for the Arts. I had a chance to visit there with one of our students and my colleague, Superintendent from Chesapeake, Dr. Cottons there. And next, the Isle Award winners. In top left, you see Mr. Jonathan Marquez, who received the Inspire Award, and Mr. Marquez is from IT, Information Technology. Top right, Mr. Larry Nicholas, or Mr. Nick, as the students refer to him, received the LEAD Award. He's one of our bus drivers. Bottom left, we mentioned her earlier, and her son Ethan and Cadence and the work that they're doing. Mrs. Heidi Schwartz received the Succeed Award for her work with Stop the Bleed. And bottom right, Ms. Marquetta Brabble, owner of Rainbow Smoothie in Windsor, received the Empower Award for all the work that she is doing and donating to our school division. So thank you to and congratulations to all of the April Isle Award winners. Next, we mentioned the RFP for the food vendors, and our students actually participated in the presentation. They were witnesses. They saw the presentations, and they actually sampled the food, and we see the students there, and there's one active young man in the middle, one of my favorite students there. All the students are my favorites, but one who I think we might know, young Mr. Ethan Whitlow, their talented young man, son of Miss Jessica Whitlow. So Ethan was there with us that day, sampling the food from all of the vendors who were trying to win the contract. Next, the Hardy Elementary Navy Band performance. So that evening, I had the pleasure of joining the students and staff at Hardy as they celebrated our military kids. We had a special treat with a wonderful keynote speaker, none other than our board member, Mr. Michael Cunningham. He was our keynote speaker. Great job that day as well, Mr. Cunningham. Additionally, Assistant Principal Summit, I didn't know, actually performed with the Navy Band prior to becoming an educator, and also performed in one of the songs there with the Navy Band. So that was a wonderful day there. And again, thank you, Board Member Cunningham. The Smithfield High School Athletic Boosters, they received a $10,000 gift from the Smithfield, Virginia events here in Isle of Wight. I was there to join them there. It's a major gift as a former high school principal to have someone donate $10,000 to your boosters. Club is a major gift, and I'm sure they'll be able to do a lot of great things there. So thank you, Smithfield, Virginia events for that gift. Next, the Westside Elementary School rocket launch. I had a chance to join them at Nike Park to see the students launch their rockets after working with many of the other teachers there. So it was an interdisciplinary event where they studied the history of rockets, math involved in launching rockets, the science involved in launching rockets, and then they had a chance to launch their rockets with volunteers who gave them advice. So that was a wonderful event. So great job, Westside Elementary. Next, our staff members dressed up in purple for military kids. So we showed our support, and we represented from central office, but all of our staff members from the various schools were represented as well. And we don't have pictures from the schools, but wanted to show you this, that we were represented. And thank you, staff members, for supporting our students with your purple that day. And then, as Tynes mentioned, Hardy Elementary, as a former student at Hardy, we had a farewell to Hardy Elementary. So over 40 former students, teachers, and parents participated in the farewell to Hardy event. I think it was last Friday, walking the halls and reminiscing about their time at Hardy Elementary. Several attendees were students when Hardy opened in 1962. I don't know if you were there, Ms. Tynes. You mentioned 1960-something, I think.
I was in kindergarten.
You were in kindergarten, all right. And then we partnered with the Isle of Wight County Museum to scan documents and memorabilia that was shared by the participants. So thank the community as well. They brought items, and we were able to scan those items so that we can chronicle those items for the future. Next, and the final farewell event will be scheduled for May 15th. I think that's next Monday. So if you missed the initial event, please come back next week, and we will have one more farewell. And next we have the Project Adams certification, and I am extremely proud of all of our nurses, and a special congratulations to Windsor Elementary and to Westside Elementary for being the first two schools in the state of Virginia to be Heart certified, to be a Heart Safe school, and to be Project Adams certified. And there is a checklist that you have to successfully complete and implement to be an Adams, Project Adams Heart Safe school. And to be two of the first schools in the state of Virginia is quite an accomplishment. And we had officials from that organization come down from Richmond to present the awards to both Principal Couch and to Principal Johnson. So congratulations to those schools. You all, to all of the individuals receiving these accolades, you're representing Isle of Wight so well. We're proud of you. And Mr. Chair, that concludes my superintendent's update.
Thank you, Dr. Kramer. So we will go ahead and move on to action on closed session items. And I can get my computer back. Okay. And okay, so first we have the personnel report. So,
Mr. Chair, I would like to make a motion to approve the personnel report, personnel addendum, and the roster as presented. a copy of which can be obtained from the school board's clerk.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, and we've already had discussion on this, so the clerk will conduct a vote. And we have 4 yeas. We will move on to the next. It's religious exemption REX 2223-4001.
Mr. Chair, I would like to make a motion to grant a religious exemption from compulsory attendance for student REX 2223-0401.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Clerk will conduct the vote. And we have 4 yeas. Next, religious exemption REX 2223-0402.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I would like to make a motion to grant religious exemption for compulsory attendance for student REX 2223-0402.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Clerk will conduct the vote. Four yeas. We will move on to action on old business with the consent agenda.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda as attached and presented.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? There is no discussion. The clerk will take the vote. We have 4 yeas. And while we're on this, I would like to thank some donors to their schools. The Little Zion Baptist Church donated $50 to Hardy Elementary School this month. Carol Leitner donated $500 for the Engineering Club at Smithfield High School. Skanska USA Civil Southeast donated $5,000 for the engineering team at Smithfield High School. Bondurant Associates donated $1,000 for the engineering team at Smithfield High School. Mr. and Mrs. Mason donated $250 for the engineering club. Mr. and Mrs. Lynch donated $100 for the engineering club. Palladium Energy donated 31 Stop the Bleed kits, all to Smithfield High School. And Bayport Credit Union donated $1,000 for the new DECA Club program at Windsor High School. I want to thank everyone for your donations. They really help a lot. Next, we have action on new business. We have policies for first read.
We don't have an action.
Are there any questions? Okay. Next, we have the VSBA Workforce Readiness Award nomination. And that is an action item. And this is to approve the nomination of the IWCS Agricultural Land Lab Program for the VSBA Excellence in Workforce Readiness Award. Do I have a motion?
Mr. Chair, I would like to approve the nomination for the Wight County Schools Agricultural Land Lab Program for the VSBA Excellence in Workforce Readiness Award.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? There is no discussion. The clerk will take the vote. And we have 4 yeas. Next, we go on to the VSBA Food for Thought Award nomination, and this is to approve the submission of the Feeding 100 Families for the VSBA Food for Thought Award.
Mr. Chair, I would like to make a motion to approve the submission of the Feeding 100 Families for the VSBA Food for Thought Award.
Second.
We have motion and a second. Is there any discussion? There is no discussion. The clerk will conduct a vote. And we have 4 yeas. Next is just regulations and exhibits. If anyone has any questions on those, they're for information only. And then we will go to board member comments. We will start with District 1. Mrs. Tynes.
I had an opportunity. I was invited out to Smithfield Middle School, and I spoke with a class that was actually the day they came in directly after their spring break. And there were 2 classes I spoke to on local government, the role in local government, and the instructor asked me to come in because I was in the capacity of course school board. I had also done the town council, Smithfield. I also library board for the region, and I'm also on regional board for the state of mental health. I have been on other boards as well, so I think she told me they read something about me, so they asked me to come in. And the students, I enjoyed being with the students that day. They had questions, they were interested, and believe it or not, they knew a lot about local government, and I'm sure the teacher had already gone over that section with them in their classes.
Nice.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Tynes. District 2, Mr. Worcester.
As usual, I don't have a whole lot to say. But I just want to say, dealing with Stop the Bleed was an honor for me. To be asked if I'd be the lead instructor and then work with the students and staff as far as getting everything set up and ready to go. It was a true honor. I do appreciate it. I appreciate the recognition. And I just want to announce that I couldn't have done it without the help of Mr. Cunningham here. Mr. Cunningham and a friend of mine that I work with volunteered his time, Sean Fessel, to actually come in and assist with the program. So I look forward to more endeavors into the Stop the Bleed, and hopefully we will be doing more of the instructing in the future.
Mr. Chair, I just want to
Please,
recognize the teacher, Mrs. Heather Sorrell. She's the civics teacher at Smithfield Middle School. She invited me in as well as her students. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Worcester. Mr. Cunningham.
Okay, I'd like to second what Mr. Worcester said about the Stop the Bleed class. It was, it was great what we got a chance to do working with the JROTC students. And, if even one kid or one student gets a chance to use what they were taught and actually saves a life, it was well worth the time. And everything that we tried to get out to them, hopefully they took in some of it. You know how it is. Most kids only get a certain percentage of what you teach them, but they seem interested. Other thing is, on the 24th, Isle of Wight County Schools hosted the VSBA Tidewater Regional Spring Network Forum. Our chair and Mrs. Tynes and myself attended that. The chair had a chance to speak to the audience. Basically, it was several school divisions there, mostly school board members. Our jazz band, the Smithfield High School Jazz Band, did an outstanding job. While we were eating, they serenaded us. It was just awesome. And the culinary arts students cooked us dinner. all the members got a chance to taste their food.
Yep.
And it was just delicious. I can't say enough positive things about that. Last thing I have, this morning I got a chance to see the Smithfield High School choir members head to New York City. They're going to perform up there. They're going on tours. It's going to be a great opportunity. Number of parents went also as chaperones, and I can't say enough positive things about Mrs. West, what she's done with that the choir. It's just wonderful, and I've gone to a number of their concerts and loved every minute of it. So that's all I have. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Cunningham. I never dreamed being a chair would be so busy, so I had to write things down. But since the last regular meeting, I've been pretty busy. I've attended the third of the 4 classes of fiscal governance, along with Dr. Kramer, Dr. Coleman, and Mrs. Harris. And then with the superintendent and both deputy superintendents, attended the Board of Supervisors work session to discuss the budget. And when asked, I promised the supervisors if we are given the additional funds necessary to keep our instructional assistants, I personally will never vote to reallocate that money. It will continue to go. And I advised them, while I can't speak for the rest of the board, I believe we all believe that the IAs are vital to our students' achievement. On April 24th, as Mr. Cunningham said, we hosted the VSBA Regional Forum. I had a great opportunity to chat with Delegate Jenkins. It seems that everywhere I go, him and I run into each other. We had a good discussion about educational funding. And again, the Smithfield Jazz Band provides world-class entertainment. It was great. And the Culinary Arts program provided the best dinner I could imagine, 5 stars easily. Unfortunately, I had to leave a little bit early because I had another engagement that evening. I'm also currently attending a school board academy for 4 weeks. It's online, a virtual academy through Zoom from the Family Policy Foundation. It teaches people how to be effective school board members in a secular society from a biblical perspective, and I find it pretty rewarding. And finally, yesterday, I attended the Law Enforcement Unity Ride break at Hardy Elementary School, along with the superintendent, and Mrs. Briggs was there, and I'm trying to remember who else. I mean, it was Mrs. Getz. Thank you. I'm sorry, Susan. Had a great time. Got to meet the president of the Law Enforcement United. She's a very wonderful woman, 30-some-odd years in law enforcement. It was great. And finally this week, I celebrated 42 years since I graduated from Marine Corps basic training. Probably the most, that's the day that really changed my life for the better forever. So I would encourage any student that doesn't know what they want to do with their life and isn't going to college and isn't ready to go into the workforce, think about opportunities like that. It changed me for the better. Okay, now it's time for adjournment. Does any board member have anything additional to add before I adjourn this meeting? The Isle of Wight School Board stands adjourned.